in the Pan-African.
Et c'est toute une fierté de participer à cette séance. C'est un honneur pour notre pays de participer aux séances de réflexion sur le développement de notre continent. Et bien sûr, nous, dans notre délégation, je suis la femme pour représenter le genre de toute évidence.
To grow in the simplicity of our nature as Africans, and to be able to be better than yesterday, to live the values that are so enshrined in our African tradition, and to the true spirit of the Ubuntu spirit. I think we have not reached that spirit that the previous generation has nurtured, of at least liberating Africa and to see each other as one. One of the things that we need to move forward is to try and think about a universal language for Africans.
شرف لي ولبلدي أن أكون ضمن هذه المؤسسة العريقة. شغلت منصب أستاذ في العلاقات الدولية، ثم عينت في سنة 2022 ضمن الثلث الرئاسي في مجلس الأمة، وهي الغرفة الثانية في البرلمان الجزائري، وأنا الآن ضمن الوفد الجزائري الممثل لبلدي في البرلمان الإفريقي.
Members of the Pan-African Parliament from Algeria, Angola, Cameroon, Cape Verde, Comoros, Liberia, Malawi, Namibia, and Nigeria were sworn in during the 5th ordinary session of the 6th Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament and shared their expectations.
Une Afrique qui s'impose un petit peu dans tous les domaines est une nécessité impérieuse pour l'archipel des Comores. Nous espérons que le Parlement panafricain, l'UIA, l'Union africaine, pourront défendre et incarner les valeurs de l'Afrique de demain, l'Afrique moderne.
My expectations here at PAP is to really get involved and push for the Africa Free Trade Continental area, because I think that is a very important area for the growth of the continent, but also translates to the growth of Namibia. Also, I'm very interested in the theme of this year, which is reparations, because I'm also a descendant of the Nama-Herero genocide descendants, so that is an area of interest for me. But also looking forward to the presentations in terms of AI, presentations in terms of G20, in terms of the trade tariffs and so on.
I want to learn from the experienced parliamentarians that is already here in the Pan-African.
Et c'est toute une fierté de participer à cette séance. C'est un honneur pour notre pays de participer aux séances de réflexion sur le développement de notre continent. Et bien sûr, nous, dans notre délégation, je suis la femme pour représenter le genre de toute évidence.
To grow in the simplicity of our nature as Africans, and to be able to be better than yesterday, to live the values that are so enshrined in our African tradition, and to the true spirit of the Ubuntu spirit. I think we have not reached that spirit that the previous generation has nurtured, of at least liberating Africa and to see each other as one. One of the things that we need to move forward is to try and think about a universal language for Africans.
شرف لي ولبلدي أن أكون ضمن هذه المؤسسة العريقة. شغلت منصب أستاذ في العلاقات الدولية، ثم عينت في سنة 2022 ضمن الثلث الرئاسي في مجلس الأمة، وهي الغرفة الثانية في البرلمان الجزائري، وأنا الآن ضمن الوفد الجزائري الممثل لبلدي في البرلمان الإفريقي.
the Pan-African Parliament from Algeria, Angola, Cameroon, Cape Verde, Comoros, Liberia, Malawi, Namibia, and Nigeria were sworn in during the 5th ordinary session of the 6th Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament and shared their expectations.
Une Afrique qui s'impose un petit peu dans tous les domaines est une nécessité impérieuse pour l'archipel des Comores. Nous espérons que le Parlement panafricain, l'UIA, l'Union africaine, pourront défendre et incarner les valeurs de l'Afrique de demain, l'Afrique moderne.
My expectations here at PAP is to really get involved and push for the Africa Free Trade Continental area, because I think that is a very important area for the growth of the continent, but also translates to the growth of Namibia. Also, I'm very interested in the theme of this year, which is reparations, because I'm also a descendant of the Nama-Herero genocide descendants, so that is an area of interest for me. But also looking forward to the presentations in terms of AI, presentations in terms of G20, in terms of the trade tariffs and so on.
I want to learn from the experienced parliamentarians that is already here in the Pan-African.
Et c'est toute une fierté de participer à cette séance. C'est un honneur pour notre pays de participer aux séances de réflexion sur le développement de notre continent. Et bien sûr, nous, dans notre délégation, je suis la femme pour représenter le genre de toute évidence.
To grow in the simplicity of our nature as Africans, and to be able to be better than yesterday, to live the values that are so enshrined in our African tradition and to the true spirit of the Ubuntu spirit. I think we have not reached that spirit that the previous generation has nurtured of at least liberating Africa and to see each other as one. One of the things that we need to move forward is to try and think about a universal language for Africans.
شرف لي ولبلدي أن أكون ضمن هذه المؤسسة العريقة. شغلت منصب أستاذ في العلاقات الدولية، ثم عينت في سنة 2022 ضمن الثلث الرئاسي في مجلس الأمة، وهي الغرفة الثانية في البرلمان الجزائري، وأنا الآن ضمن الوفد الجزائري الممثل لبلدي في البرلمان الإفريقي.
Pan-African Parliament from Algeria, Angola, Cameroon, Cape Verde, Comoros, Liberia, Malawi, Namibia, and Nigeria were sworn in during the 5th ordinary session of the 6th Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament and shared their expectations.
Une Afrique qui s'impose un petit peu dans tous les domaines est une nécessité impérieuse pour l'archipel des Comores. Nous espérons que le Parlement panafricain, l'UIA, l'Union africaine, pourront défendre et incarner les valeurs de l'Afrique de demain, l'Afrique moderne.
My expectations here at PAP is to really get involved and push for the Africa Free Trade Continental area, because I think that is a very important area for the growth of the continent, but also translates to the growth of Namibia. Also, I'm very interested in the theme of this year, which is reparations, because I'm also a descendant of the Nama-Herero genocide descendants, so that is an area of interest for me. But also looking forward to the presentations in terms of AI, presentations in terms of G20, in terms of the trade tariffs and so on.
I want to learn from the experienced parliamentarians that is already here in the Pan-African.
Et c'est toute une fierté de participer à cette séance. C'est un honneur pour notre pays de participer aux séances de réflexion sur le développement de notre continent. Et bien sûr, nous, dans notre délégation, je suis la femme pour représenter le genre de toute évidence.
To grow in the simplicity of our nature as Africans and to be able to be better than yesterday, to live the values that are so enshrined in our African tradition and to the true spirit of the Ubuntu spirit. I think we have not reached that spirit that the previous generation has nurtured of at least liberating Africa and to see each other as one. One of the things that we need to move forward is to try and think about a universal language for Africans.
شرف لي ولبلدي أن أكون ضمن هذه المؤسسة العريقة. شغلت منصب أستاذ في العلاقات الدولية ثم عينت في سنة 2022 ضمن الثلث الرئاسي في مجلس الأمة وهي الغرفة الثانية في البرلمان الجزائري، وأنا الآن ضمن الوفد الجزائري الممثل لبلدي في البرلمان الإفريقي.
Of the Pan-African Parliament from Algeria, Angola, Cameroon, Cape Verde, Comoros, Liberia, Malawi, Namibia, and Nigeria were sworn in during the 5th ordinary session of the 6th Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament and shared their expectations.
Une Afrique qui s'impose un petit peu dans tous les domaines est une nécessité impérieuse pour l'archipel des Comores. Nous espérons que le Parlement panafricain, l'UIA, l'Union africaine, pourront défendre et incarner les valeurs de l'Afrique de demain, l'Afrique moderne.
My expectations here at PAP is to really get involved and push for the Africa Free Trade Continental area, because I think that is a very important area for the growth of the continent, but also translates to the growth of Namibia. Also, I'm very interested in the theme of this year, which is reparations, because I'm also a descendant of the Namahero genocide descendants, so that is an area of interest for me. But also looking forward to the presentations in terms of AI, presentations in terms of G20, in terms of the trade tariffs and so on.
I want to learn from the experienced parliamentarians that is already here in the Pan-African.
Et c'est toute une fierté de participer à cette séance. C'est un honneur pour notre pays de participer aux séances de réflexion sur le développement de notre continent. Et bien sûr, nous, dans notre délégation, je suis la femme pour représenter le genre de toute évidence.
To grow in the simplicity of our nature as Africans and to be able to be better than yesterday, to live the values that are so enshrined in our African tradition and to the true spirit of the Ubuntu spirit. I think we have not reached that spirit that the previous generation has nurtured of at least liberating Africa and to see each other as one. One of the things that we need to move forward is to try and think about a universal language for Africans.
شرف لي ولبلدي أن أكون ضمن هذه المؤسسة العريقة. شغلت منصب أستاذ في العلاقات الدولية ثم عينت في سنة 2022 ضمن الثلث الرئاسي في مجلس الأمة وهي الغرفة الثانية في البرلمان الجزائري، وأنا الآن ضمن الوفد الجزائري الممثل لبلدي في البرلمان الإفريقي.
Pan-African Parliament from Algeria, Angola, Cameroon, Cape Verde, Comoros, Liberia, Malawi, Namibia, and Nigeria were sworn in during the 5th ordinary session of the 6th Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament and shared their expectations.
Une Afrique qui s'impose un petit peu dans tous les domaines est une nécessité impérieuse pour l'archipel des Comores. Nous espérons que le Parlement panafricain, l'UIA, l'Union africaine, pourront défendre et incarner les valeurs de l'Afrique de demain, l'Afrique moderne.
My expectations here at PAP is to really get involved and push for the Africa Free Trade Continental area, because I think that is a very important area for the growth of the continent, but also translates to the growth of Namibia. Also, I'm very interested in the theme of this year, which is reparations, because I'm also a descendant of the Nama-Herero genocide descendants, so that is an area of interest for me. But also looking forward to the presentations in terms of AI, presentations in terms of G20, in terms of the trade tariffs and so on.
I want to learn from the experienced parliamentarians that is already here in the Pan-African.
Et c'est toute une fierté de participer à cette séance. C'est un honneur pour notre pays de participer aux séances de réflexion sur le développement de notre continent. Et bien sûr, nous, dans notre délégation, je suis la femme pour représenter le genre de toute évidence.
To grow in the simplicity of our nature as Africans, and to be able to be better than yesterday, to live the values that are so enshrined in our African tradition and to the true spirit of the Ubuntu spirit. I think we have not reached that spirit that the previous generation has nurtured of at least liberating Africa and to see each other as one. One of the things that we need to move forward is to try and think about a universal language for Africans.
شرف لي ولبلدي أن أكون ضمن هذه المؤسسة العريقة. شغلت منصب أستاذ في العلاقات الدولية، ثم عينت في سنة 2022 ضمن الثلث الرئاسي في مجلس الأمة، وهي الغرفة الثانية في البرلمان الجزائري، وأنا الآن ضمن الوفد الجزائري الممثل لبلدي في البرلمان الإفريقي.
Of the Pan-African Parliament from Algeria, Angola, Cameroon, Cape Verde, Comoros, Liberia, Malawi, Namibia, and Nigeria were sworn in during the 5th ordinary session of the 6th Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament and shared their expectations.
Une Afrique qui s'impose un petit peu dans tous les domaines est une nécessité impérieuse pour l'archipel des Comores. Nous espérons que le Parlement panafricain, l'UIA, l'Union africaine, pourront défendre et incarner les valeurs de l'Afrique de demain, l'Afrique moderne.
My expectations here at PAP is to really get involved and push for the Africa Free Trade Continental area, because I think that is a very important area for the growth of the continent, but also translates to the growth of Namibia. Also, I'm very interested in the theme of this year, which is reparations, because I'm also a descendant of the Nama-Herero genocide descendants, so that is an area of interest for me. But also looking forward to the presentations in terms of AI, presentations in terms of G20, in terms of the trade tariffs and so on.
I want to learn from the experienced parliamentarians that is already here in the Pan-African.
Et c'est toute une fierté de participer à cette séance. C'est un honneur pour notre pays de participer aux séances de réflexion sur le développement de notre continent. Et bien sûr, nous, dans notre délégation, je suis la femme pour représenter le genre de toute évidence.
To grow in the simplicity of our nature as Africans and to be able to be better than yesterday, to live the values that are so enshrined in our African tradition and to the true spirit of the Ubuntu spirit. I think we have not reached that spirit that the previous generation has nurtured of at least liberating Africa and to see each other as one. One of the things that we need to move forward is to try and think about a universal language for Africans.
شرف لي ولبلدي أن أكون ضمن هذه المؤسسة العريقة. شغلت منصب أستاذ في العلاقات الدولية ثم عينت في سنة 2022 ضمن الثلث الرئاسي في مجلس الأمة وهي الغرفة الثانية في البرلمان الجزائري، وأنا الآن ضمن الوفد الجزائري الممثل لبلدي في البرلمان الإفريقي.
Of the Pan-African Parliament from Algeria, Angola, Cameroon, Cape Verde, Comoros, Liberia, Malawi, Namibia, and Nigeria were sworn in during the 5th ordinary session of the 6th Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament and shared their expectations.
Une Afrique qui s'impose un petit peu dans tous les domaines est une nécessité impérieuse pour l'archipel des Comores. Nous espérons que le Parlement panafricain, l'UIA, l'Union africaine, pourront défendre et incarner les valeurs de l'Afrique de demain, l'Afrique moderne.
My expectations here at PAP is to really get involved and push for the Africa Free Trade Continental area, because I think that is a very important area for the growth of the continent, but also translates to the growth of Namibia. Also, I'm very interested in the theme of this year, which is reparations, because I'm also a descendant of the Nama-Herero genocide descendants, so that is an area of interest for me. But also looking forward to the presentations in terms of AI, presentations in terms of G20, in terms of the trade tariffs and so on.
I want to learn from the experienced parliamentarians that is already here in the Pan-African.
Et c'est toute une fierté de participer à cette séance. C'est un honneur pour notre pays de participer aux séances de réflexion sur le développement de notre continent. Et bien sûr, nous, dans notre délégation, je suis la femme pour représenter le genre de toute évidence.
To grow in the simplicity of our nature as Africans and to be able to be better than yesterday, to live the values that are so enshrined in our African tradition and to the true spirit of the Ubuntu spirit. I think we have not reached that spirit that the previous generation has nurtured of at least liberating Africa and to see each other as one. One of the things that we need to move forward is to try and think about a universal language for Africans.
شرف لي ولبلدي أن أكون ضمن هذه المؤسسة العريقة. شغلت منصب أستاذ في العلاقات الدولية ثم عينت في سنة 2022 ضمن الثلث الرئاسي في مجلس الأمة وهي الغرفة الثانية في البرلمان الجزائري، وأنا الآن ضمن الوفد الجزائري الممثل لبلدي في البرلمان الإفريقي.
Pan-African Parliament from Algeria, Angola, Cameroon, Cape Verde, Comoros, Liberia, Malawi, Namibia, and Nigeria were sworn in during the 5th ordinary session of the 6th Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament and shared their expectations.
Une Afrique qui s'impose un petit peu dans tous les domaines est une nécessité impérieuse pour l'archipel des Comores. Nous espérons que le Parlement panafricain, l'UIA, l'Union africaine, pourront défendre et incarner les valeurs de l'Afrique de demain, l'Afrique moderne.
My expectations here at PAP is to really get involved and push for the Africa Free Trade Continental area, because I think that is a very important area for the growth of the continent, but also translates to the growth of Namibia. Also, I'm very interested in the theme of this year, which is reparations, because I'm also a descendant of the Nama-Herero genocide descendants, so that is an area of interest for me. But also looking forward to the presentations in terms of AI, presentations in terms of G20, in terms of the trade tariffs and so on.
I want to learn from the experienced parliamentarians that is already here in the Pan-African.
Et c'est toute une fierté de participer à cette séance. C'est un honneur pour notre pays de participer aux séances de réflexion sur le développement de notre continent. Et bien sûr, nous, dans notre délégation, je suis la femme pour représenter le genre de toute évidence.
To grow in the simplicity of our nature as Africans, and to be able to be better than yesterday, to live the values that are so enshrined in our African tradition and to the true spirit of the Ubuntu spirit. I think we have not reached that spirit that the previous generation has nurtured of at least liberating Africa and to see each other as one. One of the things that we need to move forward is to try and think about a universal language for Africans.
شرف لي ولبلدي أن أكون ضمن هذه المؤسسة العريقة. شغلت منصب أستاذ في العلاقات الدولية، ثم عينت في سنة 2022 ضمن الثلث الرئاسي في مجلس الأمة، وهي الغرفة الثانية في البرلمان الجزائري، وأنا الآن ضمن الوفد الجزائري الممثل لبلدي في البرلمان الإفريقي.
Of the Pan-African Parliament from Algeria, Angola, Cameroon, Cape Verde, Comoros, Liberia, Malawi, Namibia, and Nigeria were sworn in during the 5th ordinary session of the 6th Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament and shared their expectations.
Une Afrique qui s'impose un petit peu dans tous les domaines est une nécessité impérieuse pour l'archipel des Comores. Nous espérons que le Parlement panafricain, l'UIA, l'Union africaine, pourront défendre et incarner les valeurs de l'Afrique de demain, l'Afrique moderne.
My expectations here at PAP is to really get involved and push for the Africa Free Trade Continental area, because I think that is a very important area for the growth of the continent, but also translates to the growth of Namibia. Also, I'm very interested in the theme of this year, which is reparations, because I'm also a descendant of the Nama-Herero genocide descendants, so that is an area of interest for me. But also looking forward to the presentations in terms of AI, presentations in terms of G20, in terms of the trade tariffs and so on.
I want to learn from the experienced parliamentarians that is already here in the Pan-African.
Et c'est toute une fierté de participer à cette séance. C'est un honneur pour notre pays de participer aux séances de réflexion sur le développement de notre continent. Et bien sûr, nous, dans notre délégation, je suis la femme pour représenter le genre de toute évidence.
To grow in the simplicity of our nature as Africans and to be able to be better than yesterday, to live the values that are so enshrined in our African tradition and to the true spirit of the Ubuntu spirit. I think we have not reached that spirit that the previous generation has nurtured of at least liberating Africa and to see each other as one. One of the things that we need to move forward is to try and think about a universal language for Africans.
شرف لي ولبلدي أن أكون ضمن هذه المؤسسة العريقة. شغلت منصب أستاذ في العلاقات الدولية ثم عينت في سنة 2022 ضمن الثلث الرئاسي في مجلس الأمة وهي الغرفة الثانية في البرلمان الجزائري، وأنا الآن ضمن الوفد الجزائري الممثل لبلدي في البرلمان الإفريقي.
The Pan-African Parliament from Algeria, Angola, Cameroon, Cape Verde, Comoros, Liberia, Malawi, Namibia, and Nigeria were sworn in during the 5th ordinary session of the 6th Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament and shared their expectations.
Une Afrique qui s'impose un petit peu dans tous les domaines est une nécessité impérieuse pour l'archipel des Comores. Nous espérons que le Parlement panafricain, l'UIA, l'Union africaine, pourront défendre et incarner les valeurs de l'Afrique de demain, l'Afrique moderne.
My expectations here at PAP is to really get involved and push for the Africa Free Trade Continental area, because I think that is a very important area for the growth of the continent, but also translates to the growth of Namibia. Also, I'm very interested in the theme of this year, which is reparations, because I'm also a descendant of the Nama-Herero genocide descendants, so that is an area of interest for me. But also looking forward to the presentations in terms of AI, presentations in terms of G20, in terms of the trade tariffs and so on.
I want to learn from the experienced parliamentarians that is already here in the Pan-African.
Et c'est toute une fierté de participer à cette séance. C'est un honneur pour notre pays de participer aux séances de réflexion sur le développement de notre continent. Et bien sûr, nous, dans notre délégation, je suis la femme pour représenter le genre de toute évidence.
To grow in the simplicity of our nature as Africans and to be able to be better than yesterday, to live the values that are so enshrined in our African tradition and to the true spirit of the Ubuntu spirit. I think we have not reached that spirit that the previous generation has nurtured of at least liberating Africa and to see each other as one. One of the things that we need to move forward is to try and think about a universal language for Africans.
شرف لي ولبلدي أن أكون ضمن هذه المؤسسة العريقة. شغلت منصب أستاذ في العلاقات الدولية ثم عينت في سنة 2022 ضمن الثلث الرئاسي في مجلس الأمة وهي الغرفة الثانية في البرلمان الجزائري، وأنا الآن ضمن الوفد الجزائري الممثل لبلدي في البرلمان الإفريقي.
Pan-African Parliament from Algeria, Angola, Cameroon, Cape Verde, Comoros, Liberia, Malawi, Namibia, and Nigeria were sworn in during the 5th ordinary session of the 6th Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament and shared their expectations.
Une Afrique qui s'impose un petit peu dans tous les domaines est une nécessité impérieuse pour l'archipel des Comores. Nous espérons que le Parlement panafricain, l'UIA, l'Union africaine, pourront défendre et incarner les valeurs de l'Afrique de demain, l'Afrique moderne.
My expectations here at PAP is to really get involved and push for the Africa Free Trade Continental area, because I think that is a very important area for the growth of the continent, but also translates to the growth of Namibia. Also, I'm very interested in the theme of this year, which is reparations, because I'm also a descendant of the Namaherero genocide descendants, so that is an area of interest for me. But also looking forward to the presentations in terms of AI, presentations in terms of G20, in terms of the trade tariffs and so on.
I want to learn from the experienced parliamentarians that is already here in the Pan-African.
Et c'est toute une fierté de participer à cette séance. C'est un honneur pour notre pays de participer aux séances de réflexion sur le développement de notre continent. Et bien sûr, nous, dans notre délégation, je suis la femme pour représenter le genre de toute évidence.
To grow in the simplicity of our nature as Africans, and to be able to be better than yesterday, to live the values that are so enshrined in our African tradition and to the true spirit of the Ubuntu spirit. I think we have not reached that spirit that the previous generation has nurtured of at least liberating Africa and to see each other as one. One of the things that we need to move forward is to try and think about a universal language for Africans.
شرف لي ولبلدي أن أكون ضمن هذه المؤسسة العريقة. شغلت منصب أستاذ في العلاقات الدولية، ثم عينت في سنة 2022 ضمن الثلث الرئاسي في مجلس الأمة، وهي الغرفة الثانية في البرلمان الجزائري، وأنا الآن ضمن الوفد الجزائري الممثل لبلدي في البرلمان الإفريقي.
Of the Pan-African Parliament from Algeria, Angola, Cameroon, Cape Verde, Comoros, Liberia, Malawi, Namibia, and Nigeria were sworn in during the 5th ordinary session of the 6th Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament and shared their expectations.
Une Afrique qui s'impose un petit peu dans tous les domaines est une nécessité impérieuse pour l'archipel des Comores. Nous espérons que le Parlement panafricain, l'UIA, l'Union africaine, pourront défendre et incarner les valeurs de l'Afrique de demain, l'Afrique moderne.
My expectations here at PAP is to really get involved and push for the Africa Free Trade Continental area, because I think that is a very important area for the growth of the continent, but also translates to the growth of Namibia. Also, I'm very interested in the theme of this year, which is reparations, because I'm also a descendant of the Namaherero genocide descendants, so that is an area of interest for me. But also looking forward to the presentations in terms of AI, presentations in terms of G20, in terms of the trade tariffs and so on.
I want to learn from the experienced parliamentarians that is already here in the Pan-African.
Et c'est toute une fierté de participer à cette séance. C'est un honneur pour notre pays de participer aux séances de réflexion sur le développement de notre continent. Et bien sûr, nous, dans notre délégation, je suis la femme pour représenter le genre de toute évidence.
To grow in the simplicity of our nature as Africans and to be able to be better than yesterday, to live the values that are so enshrined in our African tradition and to the true spirit of the Ubuntu spirit. I think we have not reached that spirit that the previous generation has nurtured of at least liberating Africa and to see each other as one. One of the things that we need to move forward is to try and think about a universal language for Africans.
شرف لي ولبلدي أن أكون ضمن هذه المؤسسة العريقة. شغلت منصب أستاذ في العلاقات الدولية ثم عينت في سنة 2022 ضمن الثلث الرئاسي في مجلس الأمة وهي الغرفة الثانية في البرلمان الجزائري، وأنا الآن ضمن الوفد الجزائري الممثل لبلدي في البرلمان الإفريقي.
"20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone, and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991 with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirte Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirte Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27 June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the Protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once in force will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the Sirte Protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À cet effet, je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique côté des gouvernements africains par l'enjeu n'est plus technique, mais politique. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires que nous sommes à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vive le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on the challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our bold strategic thrust. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenges.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU Shared Values Instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward. "20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991 with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirte Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirte Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27th June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the Protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once in force will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the Sirte Protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À cet effet, je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique côté des gouvernements africains, car l'enjeu n'est plus technique, mais politique. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires que nous sommes à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vive le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on the challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our old strategic thrust. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenge.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU Shared Values Instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward.
Pan-African Parliament from Algeria, Angola, Cameroon, Cape Verde, Comoros, Liberia, Malawi, Namibia, and Nigeria were sworn in during the 5th ordinary session of the 6th Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament and shared their expectations.
Une Afrique qui s'impose un petit peu dans tous les domaines est une nécessité impérieuse pour l'archipel des Comores. Nous espérons que le Parlement panafricain, l'UIA, l'Union africaine, pourront défendre et incarner les valeurs de l'Afrique de demain, l'Afrique moderne.
My expectations here at PAP is to really get involved and push for the Africa Free Trade Continental area, because I think that is a very important area for the growth of the continent, but also translates to the growth of Namibia. Also, I'm very interested in the theme of this year, which is reparations, because I'm also a descendant of the Nama-Herero genocide descendants, so that is an area of interest for me. But also looking forward to the presentations in terms of AI, presentations in terms of G20, in terms of the trade tariffs and so on.
I want to learn from the experienced parliamentarians that is already here in the Pan-African.
Et c'est toute une fierté de participer à cette séance. C'est un honneur pour notre pays de participer aux séances de réflexion sur le développement de notre continent. Et bien sûr, nous, dans notre délégation, je suis la femme pour représenter le genre de toute évidence.
To grow in the simplicity of our nature as Africans, and to be able to be better than yesterday, to live the values that are so enshrined in our African tradition and to the true spirit of the Ubuntu spirit. I think we have not reached that spirit that the previous generation has nurtured of at least liberating Africa and to see each other as one. One of the things that we need to move forward is to try and think about a universal language for Africans.
شرف لي ولبلدي أن أكون ضمن هذه المؤسسة العريقة. شغلت منصب أستاذ في العلاقات الدولية، ثم عينت في سنة 2022 ضمن الثلث الرئاسي في مجلس الأمة، وهي الغرفة الثانية في البرلمان الجزائري، وأنا الآن ضمن الوفد الجزائري الممثل لبلدي في البرلمان الإفريقي.
of the Pan-African Parliament from Algeria, Angola, Cameroon, Cape Verde, Comoros, Liberia, Malawi, Namibia, and Nigeria were sworn in during the 5th ordinary session of the 6th Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament and shared their expectations.
Une Afrique qui s'impose un petit peu dans tous les domaines est une nécessité impérieuse pour l'archipel des Comores. Nous espérons que le Parlement panafricain, l'UIA, l'Union africaine, pourront défendre et incarner les valeurs de l'Afrique de demain, l'Afrique moderne.
My expectations here at PAP is to really get involved and push for the Africa Free Trade Continental area, because I think that is a very important area for the growth of the continent, but also translates to the growth of Namibia. Also, I'm very interested in the theme of this year, which is reparations, because I'm also a descendant of the Nama-Herero genocide descendants, so that is an area of interest for me. But also looking forward to the presentations in terms of AI, presentations in terms of G20, in terms of the trade tariffs and so on.
I want to learn from the experienced parliamentarians that is already here in the Pan-African.
Et c'est toute une fierté de participer à cette séance. C'est un honneur pour notre pays de participer aux séances de réflexion.
"20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone, and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991 with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirte Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirte Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27th June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the Protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once in force will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the Sirte Protocol, which defines its mandate, 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À cet effet, je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique côté des gouvernements africains, car l'enjeu n'est plus technique, mais politique. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires que nous sommes à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vive le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on the challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our old strategic thrust. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenges.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU Shared Values Instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward.
Of the Pan-African Parliament from Algeria, Angola, Cameroon, Cape Verde, Comoros, Liberia, Malawi, Namibia, and Nigeria were sworn in during the 5th ordinary session of the 6th Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament and shared their expectations.
Une Afrique qui s'impose un petit peu dans tous les domaines est une nécessité impérieuse pour l'archipel des Comores. Nous espérons que le Parlement panafricain, l'UIA, l'Union africaine, pourront défendre et incarner les valeurs de l'Afrique de demain, l'Afrique moderne.
My expectations here at PAP is to really get involved and push for the Africa Free Trade Continental area, because I think that is a very important area for the growth of the continent, but also translates to the growth of Namibia. Also, I'm very interested in the theme of this year, which is reparations, because I'm also a descendant of the Nama-Herero genocide descendants. So that is an area of interest for me. But also looking forward to the presentations in terms of AI, presentations in terms of G20, in terms of the trade tariffs and so on.
I want to learn from the experienced parliamentarians that is already here in the Pan-African.
Et c'est toute une fierté de participer à cette séance. C'est un honneur pour notre pays de participer aux séances de réflexion sur le développement de notre continent. Et bien sûr, nous, dans notre délégation, je suis la femme pour représenter le genre de toute évidence.
To grow in the simplicity of our nature as Africans, and to be able to be better than yesterday, to live the values that are so enshrined in our African tradition and to the true spirit of the Ubuntu spirit. I think we have not reached that spirit that the previous generation has nurtured of at least liberating Africa and to see each other as one. One of the things that we need to move forward is to try and think about a universal language for Africans.
شرف لي ولبلدي أن أكون ضمن هذه المؤسسة العريقة. شغلت منصب أستاذ في العلاقات الدولية، ثم عينت في سنة 2022 ضمن الثلث الرئاسي في مجلس الأمة، وهي الغرفة الثانية في البرلمان الجزائري. وأنا الآن ضمن الوفد الجزائري الممثل لبلدي في البرلمان الإفريقي.
20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991 with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirte Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirte Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27th June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the Protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once enforced will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the Sirte Protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À cet effet, je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique côté des gouvernements africains, car l'enjeu n'est plus technique, mais politique. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires que nous sommes à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vive le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our broad strategic thrust. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenges.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU Shared Values Instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward.
Of the Pan-African Parliament from Algeria, Angola, Cameroon, Cape Verde, Comoros, Liberia, Malawi, Namibia, and Nigeria were sworn in during the 5th ordinary session of the 6th Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament and shared their expectations.
Une Afrique qui s'impose un petit peu dans tous les domaines est une nécessité impérieuse pour l'archipel des Comores. Nous espérons que le Parlement panafricain, l'UIA, l'Union africaine, pourront défendre et incarner les valeurs de l'Afrique de demain, l'Afrique moderne.
My expectations here at PAP is to really get involved and push for the Africa Free Trade Continental area, because I think that is a very important area for the growth of the continent, but also translates to the growth of Namibia. Also, I'm very interested in the theme of this year, which is reparations, because I'm also a descendant of the Nama-Herero genocide descendants. So that is an area of interest for me. But also looking forward to the presentations in terms of AI, presentations in terms of G20, in terms of the trade tariffs and so on.
I want to learn from the experienced parliamentarians that is already here in the Pan-African.
Et c'est toute une fierté de participer à cette séance. C'est un honneur pour notre pays de participer aux séances de réflexion sur le développement de notre continent. Et bien sûr, nous, dans notre délégation, je suis la femme pour représenter le genre de toute évidence.
To grow in the simplicity of our nature as Africans, and to be able to be better than yesterday, to live the values that are so enshrined in our African tradition and to the true spirit of the Ubuntu spirit. I think we have not reached that spirit that the previous generation has nurtured of at least liberating Africa and to see each other as one. One of the things that we need to move forward is to try and think about a universal language for Africans.
شرف لي ولبلدي أن أكون ضمن هذه المؤسسة العريقة. شغلت منصب أستاذ في العلاقات الدولية، ثم عينت في سنة 2022 ضمن الثلث الرئاسي في مجلس الأمة، وهي الغرفة الثانية في البرلمان الجزائري. وأنا الآن ضمن الوفد الجزائري الممثل لبلدي في البرلمان الإفريقي.
Pan-African Parliament from Algeria, Angola, Cameroon, Cape Verde, Comoros, Liberia, Malawi, Namibia, and Nigeria were sworn in during the 5th ordinary session of the 6th Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament and shared their expectations.
Une Afrique qui s'impose un petit peu dans tous les domaines est une nécessité impérieuse pour l'archipel des Comores. Nous espérons que le Parlement panafricain, l'UIA, l'Union africaine, pourront défendre et incarner les valeurs de l'Afrique de demain, l'Afrique moderne.
My expectations here at PAP is to really get involved and push for the Africa Free Trade Continental area, because I think that is a very important area for the growth of the continent, but also translates to the growth of Namibia. Also, I'm very interested in the theme of this year, which is reparations, because I'm also a descendant of the Nama-Herero genocide descendants. So that is an area of interest for me. But also looking forward to the presentations in terms of AI, presentations in terms of G20, in terms of the trade tariffs and so on.
I want to learn from the experienced parliamentarians that is already here in the Pan-African.
Et c'est toute une fierté de participer à cette séance. C'est un honneur pour notre pays de participer aux séances de réflexion sur le développement de notre continent. Et bien sûr, nous, dans notre délégation, je suis la femme pour représenter le genre de toute évidence.
To grow in the simplicity of our nature as Africans, and to be able to be better than yesterday, to live the values that are so enshrined in our African tradition and to the true spirit of the Ubuntu spirit. I think we have not reached that spirit that the previous generation has nurtured of at least liberating Africa and to see each other as one. One of the things that we need to move forward is to try and think about a universal language for Africans.
شرف لي ولبلدي أن أكون ضمن هذه المؤسسة العريقة. شغلت منصب أستاذ في العلاقات الدولية، ثم عينت في سنة 2022 ضمن الثلث الرئاسي في مجلس الأمة، وهي الغرفة الثانية في البرلمان الجزائري، وأنا الآن ضمن الوفد الجزائري الممثل لبلدي في البرلمان الإفريقي.
Years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone, and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991 with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirte Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirte Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27th June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the Protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once in force will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the Sirte Protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À cet effet, je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique côté des gouvernements africains, car l'enjeu n'est plus technique, mais politique. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires et des sommes à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vive le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our bold strategic thrust. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenges.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU Shared Values Instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward.
the Pan-African Parliament from Algeria, Angola, Cameroon, Cape Verde, Comoros, Liberia, Malawi, Namibia, and Nigeria were sworn in during the 5th ordinary session of the 6th Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament and shared their expectations.
Une Afrique qui s'impose un petit peu dans tous les domaines est une nécessité impérieuse pour l'archipel des Comores. Nous espérons que le Parlement panafricain, l'UIA, l'Union africaine, pourront défendre et incarner les valeurs de l'Afrique de demain, l'Afrique moderne.
My expectations here at PAP is to really get involved and push for the Africa Free Trade Continental area, because I think that is a very important area for the growth of the continent, but also translates to the growth of Namibia. Also, I'm very interested in the theme of this year, which is reparations, because I'm also a descendant of the Nama-Herero genocide descendants, so that is an area of interest for me. But also looking forward to the presentations in terms of AI, presentations in terms of G20, in terms of the trade tariffs and so on.
I want to learn from the experienced parliamentarians that is already here in the Pan-African.
Et c'est toute une fierté de participer à cette séance. C'est un honneur pour notre pays de participer aux séances de réflexion sur le développement de notre continent. Et bien sûr, nous, dans notre délégation, je suis la femme pour représenter le genre de toute évidence.
To grow in the simplicity of our nature as Africans, and to be able to be better than yesterday, to live the values that are so enshrined in our African tradition and to the true spirit of the Ubuntu spirit. I think we have not reached that spirit that the previous generation has nurtured of at least liberating Africa and to see each other as one. One of the things that we need to move forward is to try and think about a universal language for Africans.
شرف لي ولبلدي أن أكون ضمن هذه المؤسسة العريقة. شغلت منصب أستاذ في العلاقات الدولية ثم عينت في سنة 2002.
Honorable Mr. President, good morning, a moment of silent prayer and meditation. Thank you. Thank you. Sit down so you can take your seats. I'll speak whilst standing in order that I show that my apology is very deep. Thank you for your patience, and I want to apologize profusely. I hope the interpreter is getting my English correctly, that apology profusely for keeping you here some since 9 hours. I want to explain that this was unintended. I was here before 9 o'clock. I got here before 9. And the Vice President, the same. We had wanted Dr. Gayo to be around, but he's not well. So we had a meeting for a report which has to be submitted today here, the CAPA report. And in terms of procedure, the Bureau should consider that report. We had thought it would take us 30 minutes. It took longer. And unfortunately, even after staying there for all this time, the members of the committee themselves could not agree on the report. They didn't own it, all of them. Some say, no. Some of the things in this report we never discussed. So we started to discuss a report. After all, that report is not even owned by the committee itself. So we've requested that they proceed, meet, agree on a report, and come back to the Bureau. We are very sorry that we have come late. It will not happen again. It will not happen again. We really apologize. But let's proceed with today's business. As I mentioned yesterday, we are of the spirit that if we can do much today, move so that tomorrow at 2 we do resolutions, recommendations, tomorrow afternoon. Some of you have been here for almost 3 weeks. So we intend, if possible, to conclude business tomorrow by end of day, so that on Friday, either you have your free day before you fly out on Saturday or on Sunday. It's much better. So let's see what ground we can cover. So in accordance with Rule 9 of the Rules of Procedure, we shall now swear in new members so that they take oath of office. Madam Clerk.
Honorable President, there are 3 members out of a delegation of 5 who are credited to be sworn in today by the PAP Committee on Rules, Privileges, and Discipline. And they come from the National Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. I would like now to call the 3 members present. Honorable Roxanne Nelson Eche Dafia Makpo. I'll call them together.
Call all of them one time, they come in one time.
Honorable Zaneto Ajiman Rawlings and Honorable Frank Ano Dompre.
Okay. So I, Roxanne Nelson Eche Kwame Dapamakpo, solemnly swear that I will perform my functions as member of the Pan-African Parliament to the best of my ability and with honor and dignity in the service of the people of Africa. 2, that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the African Union and will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitutive Act of the African Union and the protocol to the treaty establishing the African Economic Community relating to the Pan-African Parliament as by law established. And 3, I will promote adherence to the principles of good governance, democracy, human rights, international humanitarian law, peace, stability, and all objectives of the Pan-African Parliament. So help me God. I so affirm.
Honorable President, this brings to an end the list of newly designated members to be sworn in at this sitting.
Thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause to the new members. The Ghana will receive you. We know one of our members who was in this parliament, Honorable Muntaka, who was chair of Finance Committee. After the elections, he has now been appointed Minister of Home Affairs in Ghana. We can, yes, show appreciation. Sorry. Is on. No, let's go ahead. I told them yesterday, so we start. Quorum. We are doing better than yesterday. I'm happy. We are on 80. When we started yesterday, we were short by 42. Now we are short by 20, about 24 to get the quorum. Quorum is 104, 102. We are 80 in this chamber, so short by 22. We hope the numbers will increase. But tomorrow is bad. tomorrow, because we'll do resolutions and recommendations. And then we need to have a quorum to do recommendations. So all the business of 2 weeks has to be summarized into outputs, which are recommendations and the resolutions. And these come at 2 p.m. tomorrow. And please, can we all be in the chamber tomorrow so that when we do the recommendations in the afternoon, we have a quorum. The clerk will read the fourth order of the day. That's actually the first today. I've made a decision already.
Honorable President, the first order of business will be the presentation on the PAP budget for the years 2025 and 2026. The presenter, Honorable Therese Faye, Chairperson of the Committee on Monetary and Financial Affairs.
I shall now allow the presentation of the budget. As announced. You can come forward. I should announce that following, as I said, the appointment of Honorable Muntaka in Ghana to the executive as minister, it means we now have to get a new chair for the Committee on Finance. And the responsibility is with the Western Caucasus. I know you initially saw Honorable Karo of Nigeria was like the chair, but finally the Western Caucasus agreed that the chair of finance shall be Honorable Teresa Faye. And she is now standing before us to present the report. Can you proceed? A female chair may mean more money from AU.
Thank you.
Sorry, is there an issue?
Here in chamber.
Sorry?
We don't have this report.
On finance?
Yes.
Budget?
Yes, we don't have.
I don't know.
Could you bring us, please?
I don't know, because the report is for presentation today.
Yes.
And we are supposed to send this report to the AU urgently because it's more to do with the supplementary budget.
Actually, yes.
Our supplementary budget, there's a deadline. So we need to consider it. I really don't know how we can proceed. May I suggest that she presents, then we come back to it once the members have gotten the actual report, so that it will be short. We are running out of time. If we can present, and then the report should be distributed, and then we can react to it later after we have looked at the report. Honorable Faye, walk us through the report.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Allow me to heartily thank you, and also to thank all the members of the Financial and Monetary Committees. With your permission, Mr. President, I'd like to invite the rapporteur of the Commission Committee of the Financial and Monetary Affairs, Honorable Tony, to read the report on the budget 2026 budget and the additional budget. I also request crave the understanding of the honorable colleagues on the procedure proposed by the President, that is, read the report of the budget, and after the documents will be forwarded to you. Thank you very much. Mr. President, with your permission, the Honorable will come up to do the presentation. I'd also like, Mr. President, just right after the presentation of the budget, the committee will continue on the law on factoring to enable the committee to do all the work at the same time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. You see, women sometimes are very democratic. They include everybody. They don't leave their children behind. Thank you, and thank you for that dressing. It's good, it's appropriate for Africa.
Your Excellency, the President, thank you for giving the floor. And I want to mention that this is a delegated authority by the Chairperson of the Finance and Monetary Authority. Greetings to the Bureau, the committee members, and all honorables present today. Your Excellency, the President, my report is 12 pages. In the interest of time, please allow me just to highlight the areas of concern. And I must mention, Your Excellency, that this report was circulated yesterday because in the order paper for yesterday, the report appeared, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, allow me then to give an update report of the Committee of the Monetary and Financial Affairs on the Pan-African Parliament budget for the financial year 2025, special allocation, mid-year budget execution, and approved budget for 2026. Mr. President, the rules of the procedure of the Pan-African Parliament stipulates under Section 26, subsection 2, that the Committee on Monetary and Financial Affairs is mandated to, 1, examine the draft estimates of the parliamentary budget and submit it to the Parliament. 2, discuss the budget of the Union and make appropriate recommendation. Number 3, we need to examine the report to Parliament on the problems involved in the implementation of the annual budget. And lastly, we have to assist Parliament execute its role of establishing sound economic, monetary, and investment policies, Your Excellency. That's the role of the Finance Committee. So pursuant to the aforesaid mandate, the committee met in February 2025 at the Pan-African Parliament to consider the PAP budget execution for 2024, prepare the draft estimates of the Pan-African Parliament 2026 budget, and allocate the program budget to member states and partners, to all organs of the Pan-African Parliament. Unfortunately, the committee was unable to present to this House the draft estimates for consideration and adoption, as we did not have any plenary sitting. The budget preparation cycle for the African Union runs from November to June every year before presentation of the final Union budget for consideration and approval. Can I have protection, Mr. President?
Sorry, maybe, is it translation? Interpretation? In which language? French? Yes. Please. Our interpreters, please. French. It's okay now? Members, honorable members, is it okay? Honorable Safia, is it okay? All right, proceed.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and apologies to the members who have not been following. I was on number 6, that besides this, the committee alongside the Bureau continue to continuously engage the policy organs with a view to increase the budget allocation for 2025 for the Pan-African Parliament. This report provides an analysis of the budget execution for the year 2024, the approved budget for budget 2025, and the approved budget for 2026. Now I move on to the budget execution for the year 2024, Your Excellency. In compliance with Article 33.3 of the African Union Financial Rules and Regulations, the committee received the PAP budget execution report for the financial year ending 31st December 2024 from the Pan-African Parliament Administration. Then the issues of the budget appropriation, Your Excellency, we got an approved budget for the year 2024 of US dollars 11,057,831. This figure includes supplementary budget of US dollars 1,479,415. It should be noted that over the past years, the Union has prepared the budget based on the principle of austerity and implementation of AU golden rules together with budget ceilings set by policy organs. How did we fare with the budget execution on the operations budget? The operation expenditure for the year 2024 was US dollars 8,099,510, which translates to an execution rate of 81% of the total budget of US dollars 11,057,831. Then we have a table in the report, Your Excellency, that shows alongside the budget line and how we fared in terms of the rate of execution, comparing the approved budget to the released budget, the execution, and the rate of execution in terms of percentage, Your Excellency. It's a long table. Please allow me not to go through all the budget lines, Your Excellency, but just highlight the budget headings. Under staff cost and uncontrollable cost, the rate of execution was 79%. Under staff cost other, the rate of execution was 67%. And I go to the category of staff cost in total. So staff cost all combined together, we executed 74%. Missions and contingencies, we executed 100%. Maintenance and utilities and other expenses was 76%. Under communication, we executed 50%. Procurement, 86%. Your Excellency, and statutory meetings, we were able to spend 98% of the budget. And the total operating budget that was executed for the year was 96%, making a total budget execution incorporating all expenses made was 81%, Your Excellency. So the program budget is divided into two main categories of funding, namely member states and partners. Under the member states, we achieved an execution rate of 87%. However, the programs category funded by partners, we had an execution of 50%. You will note, honorable members, that last year we undertook most of our programs towards the end of the year. The rush to implement these programs under partner funds was because partner funds were only released after the supplementary budget hearing in September 2024. Further to this was the last opportunity we had to utilize partner funds under the AGA program. Consequently, the program budget was not fully utilized. And then, Your Excellency, we then show as a committee the budget program table detailing the program implementation categorized under the member states and the AGA fund. The execution rate there was 87% on an approved budget of 415, released budget of 415, and expenditure of 362, which reflects 87% execution, honorable members. So the total grant budget for the program's budget was 57%, honorable members. Now I come to the summary of the total budget execution for 2024, Your Excellency and honorable members, that under total operations, under the operations budget, our execution was 81%, and the program's budget was 57%, reflecting an entire 78% execution based on the release budget of 13 million with the execution of 10.1 million. That's where the 78% execution comes from, honorable members. So as a committee, we then had observations on the budget for 2024. We are sharing the budget execution 2024 because this is what gives us guiding basis for the preparation of the budget for 2026, which is the year coming. The overall budget execution rate for the year 2024 for both programs and operations was 78%. The execution rate for the operations budget was 81%, and the program budget 51% is articulated in the tables above. And this does not reflect well on our institution, more so where we are continuously engaging policy organs of the AU to increase the budget of the Pan-African Parliament. We also take note, honourable members, that we are negatively impacted by a freeze in recruitment we have key positions that remain vacant, yet they are budgeted for and consequently impacted on our execution rate. The leadership impasse experienced in the early part of the year in 2024 also had an impact on our execution rate. If you remember that the better half of the 2024, we rarely had sessions. We further note that with the partner budget having been released in September 2024, it was not possible for us to engage in any meaningful engagement of program staff due to the limited time available. It is our humble prayer that the Bureau and committees work towards implementing their programs so that we can not only increase our execution rate, but also grow our future budget, Your Excellency. I'll try and just rush to Your Excellency because in the interest of time. There is a budget, PAP budget 2025 and special allocation to the PAP budget 2025, which is the year that we are sitting in. In our last report to this House, we reported that PAP 2025 approved budget was US $10.3 million. Honourable members, it is common knowledge that our activities have been hampered because of insufficient allocation of budget to our PAP activities. Allow me to express gratitude to the Bureau of the PAP, led by the President, Honourable Fortune Charimbira. Well, the committees mentioned my name also. The Honourable Tony Sibanze, Rapporteur of the Committee on Monetary and Financial Affairs, and the Secretariat for the PAP for their continuous engagement with police organs on the insufficient allocation of the budget to the Pan-African Parliament. As a result of this engagement, the Executive Council directed the PRC to relook at the PAP budget and allocate more funds to carry out our statutory activities. Consequent to that, I am pleased to report that we received a special allocation of $650,000 US dollars to our already approved budget of US dollars 10.3 million, giving us a total approved budget for 2025 of revised to 11 million US dollars. This amount was allocated to our budget, operational budget, as shown in the table below. There's a table that is there reflecting how the 650 that was recently approved was allocated, honourable members. In the interest of time, can I move on to the PAP media budget execution for the year 2025, the current year we are in, which I think, honourable members, we really need your attention on this, on this particular category. Our current approved budget for 2025 is US dollars 11 million, with US dollars 10.2 million allocated to operations and US dollars 771,801 allocated only to programs. This table below shows a summary of our execution rate for both operations and program budget. I will not go into the table. I think those who have the report are able to see, but the bottom line is that currently, under staff costs, we are sitting with an execution rate of 32%, operating cost 30%, which then reflects to partners programs 4%, member states programs 3%, giving a total execution for the half year of 29%, when we are supposed to be reaching 50%, given that June is 50% of the whole year. Then we observed the following as a committee, and we therefore reflect and present to you the concerns that we have. One, our execution rate in July 2025 currently sits at 31% for operations and 4% for programs. And this gives a total execution of 29%. And this figure, when compared with last year at the same time, it was 39%. So we're sitting at 29%. Last year it was 39% in terms of recruitment. So we're down by 10%. The committee's further attention is drawn to the very low execution, as it adversely impacts on substantiating to police organs our increased demand for resources. The committee further implores upon the Bureau to hold parliamentary activities within stipulated times. While we acknowledge that our rules and of procedure are not prescriptive on when to hold our sessions, it is important that we keep these within the 4 quarters of the year, as they have a direct impact on our execution rate. With regards to the supplementary budget for 2025, which is due for submission on the 8th of August, we report as follows. In line with Article 18 of the African Union financial rules on the revisions or adjustments to the budget, the Commission has called upon all organs and departments to submit their requests for supplementary budget, and these requests should not exceed 15% of the initial approved budget. With approved budget of $11 million, the Pan-African Parliament supplementary budget request, which needs to be submitted by the 8th of August 2025, is kept at $1,650,000. So that is what the Pan-African Parliament will be filing, submitting to the African Union for a special request on supplementary budget. The approved budget for 2026, as I close, honorable members, as mentioned earlier, the African Union budget preparation cycle runs from November each year, culminating with approval from the Executive Council in July every year. A budget calendar alongside a budget ceiling is provided to organs and departments of the AU as an indicative guide on when key submissions will be made to policy organs for consideration. The planning process identifies the goals and objectives to be achieved and formulate the strategy achieved. And then 2025-26 budget is therefore a 3-year multi-annual budget based on African Union strategic plan and the need to relocate. So for 2026, the AU Agenda 2063 has several aspirations which have been modeled around what will commonly be referred to as moonshot. The President has been, in his report, mentioning about moonshots since the beginning of last year, so maybe I will not go into detail on that. Otherwise, the AU has set up 7 moonshots, and PAP has been confined to moonshot number 2, which is Africa is more integrated and connected. Honorable members, in the development of the African Union budget, we had to adhere to certain budget deadlines to allow for the AU Commission to consolidate the Union budget. And these are indicated as follows. 1, submission of draft budget. This must be done by the 28th of March. This was done on the 28th of March 2025. The Internal Program for Budgeting Committee, IPBC, to review the draft budget, that was on April 4, 2025. The retreat for budget retreat, that was 17 to 25 April 2025. There was also a joint sitting of committee programs on conferences on general supervision on budget, finance, and audit matters, which including the F15, that was on May 19 to 30, 2025. In February this year, the Committee on Monetary and Financial Affairs prepared the PAP budget estimates for 2026 against the AU budget framework paper. I apologize to you that the committee was not able to make a prior submission of the PAP budget estimate for this House to consider and approve, as time was not on our side. Therefore, PAP approved budget for 2026, honorable members, we had an operational budget of 9.7 million and program budget of 1068.253, with making a total budget of $10,838,237. As a committee, we had the following observations: that based on our needs, as submitted to committee bureaus, we had a program budget request of $4.9 million. May I mention that the operation budget under the AMET system is automatically calculated within the given ceiling. In this case, as shown above, which was 9.7 million. Our proposal was 14.7 million. However, AMET system did not allow us to upload the amount as it kept budget to budget ceilings. So based on the above discussions that have taken place, this committee would like to inform the House to take note of our approved budget for 2026, which is made up of operational budget of 9.8 million, programs budget of 713,000, making a total budget for 2026 of $10.5 million US. So further to this, on the program budget, it was of key importance to note that AMET only allows uploading the programs within secured funding within the budget ceiling provided. Therefore, PAP needs a targeted resource mobilization strategy to fund its activities, and the committee will engage with the Bureau on how best to achieve this. In conclusion, honorable members, this is an update report on what has been ongoing with the PAP budget. The Committee on Monetary and Financial Affairs, together with the Bureau, will continue to engage with a view to ensure PAP budget reflects the needs of Parliament. Finally, and of key key importance, this committee would like to reiterate its mandate as stipulated in Rule 26 sub 2B, which mandates it, and by extension, this House to discuss the budget of the Union and make appropriate recommendations. We urge the Bureau to align the activities of this Parliament to ensure it carries out this mandate. The Committee on Monetary and Financial Affairs requests the plenary to consider this report and adopt it. I beg to move accordingly, and thank you very much, honorable members, and we hope you're going to be lenient with us as we move forward to secure the funding for the Pan-African Parliament. Thank you.
Yeah, another round of applause. The Finance Committee have a second report on factoring. I invite them to present the second report so that when we debate conclusively on all issues to do with the Finance Committee. Proceed with the second report.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for having given us the permission to present this document. And now, dear colleagues, on behalf of the Financial and Monetary Affairs Committee, I'm going to read the report, an update or report on the Committee on the Monetary and Financial Affairs on the proposed model law on factoring. On an introduction, at the first sitting of the 6th Parliament held in Midrand, South Africa, the Committee on Monetary and Financial Affairs presented to the House a proposal to develop a model law on factoring. The model law is intended as a soft law instrument that member states of the African Union can use or adapt to provide guidance to law and even policymakers on the governance and operations of small and medium enterprises subject to national context. Through resolution, this August House resolved to approve the request for the formulation and development of a model law on factoring, mandate the Committee on Monetary and Financial Affairs to lead the formulation of the proposed model law on factoring, and to update Parliament on its progress. Thirdly, welcome the collaboration with and technical support from Afreximbank, and request the Committee on Monetary and Financial Affairs to continue collaborating with this institution and other relevant stakeholders in formulating the proposed model law on factoring. Fourth, I request the Committee on Monetary and Financial Affairs to ensure that the relevant departments of the African Union Commission, regional economic communities, and civil society organizations are meaningfully involved in the formulation process of the model law on factoring. The second major point is on the justification of the model law on factoring. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament was provided for under the African Economic Community Treaty of 1991. The aim of the PAP was to represent the people of Africa in all spheres, both political and economic, by ensuring that their needs are espoused through the programs and policies of the African Union. Since its inception in 2004 and through its various portfolio committees, the PAP is continuously seeking ways in which to reflect the voices of the people of Africa on the continent through model law development. One of the key aspirations of the AU Agenda 2063 is to promote a prosperous Africa based on inclusive growth and sustainable development. Through the agenda, our heads of state and government committed to eradicate poverty on one generation and build shared prosperity through social and economic transformation on the continent. In doing so, the continent was seeking ways in which it can improve the well-being of its citizenry through economic growth, job creation, market expansion, reduction of dependency, regional integration, diversification of economies, and innovation and technology transfer. To achieve this and to be able to successfully compete on the global arena, it is paramount that policies and frameworks are put in place that would facilitate and enable the African people to make use of available tools of trade and at the same time take advantage of training opportunities, thereby facilitating a prosperous and integrated African economy by 2063. Factoring is a unique blend of services designed to ease the traditional problems of selling an open account terms. Typical services provided by the factor to resolve the problems created by the absence of selling an open account terms include investigating the creditworthiness of buyers, assuming credit risk, giving 100% credit protection against debtor write-offs, providing collection and management of receivables, and provision of finance through immediate cash advances against outstanding eligible receivables. Factoring provides a solution to address the financing gap, particularly for small and medium-sized enterprises, as it would help innovate enterprises to grow through trade development, advance the implementation of the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, AfCFTA, for Africa's structural transformation. However, Africa's share of 0.84% of the global factoring market of €3 billion a year is extremely low. Factoring is an arrangement where the seller assigns to the factor receivables arising from contract of sales of goods or services, and the factor provides at least two of the following services. First, finance to the seller, working capital finance, and second, maintenance of accounts relating to the receivables, accounts receivable bookkeeping, and third, the collection from the buyer, collection services, and fourth, protection against default in payment by the buyer. We also have credit risk protection against buyers' payment default, just to better explain that. The UNIDROIT Convention of the 1988 defines factoring as an arrangement where the seller assigns to the factor receivables arising from contract of sales of goods or services, and the factor provides at least two of the following services. One, finance to the seller, maintenance of accounts relating to the receivables, collection from the buyer, and protection against default in payment by the buyer. And to explain this further, we can explain it as a credit risk protection against buyer's payment default. Having observed that African countries have not yet fully reaped the benefits offered by factoring, the Pan-African Parliament, in collaboration with the African Export-Import Bank, Afrexim Bank, and the African Capacity Building Foundation, ACBF, with the support from the Global Factoring Association, the FCI, have developed the model law on factoring. The model law on factoring is intended as a soft law instrument that member states of the African Union to contribute to addressing the long-standing challenge of financing Africa's development agenda and priorities, and thereby the promotion of the AfCFTA and the realization of a prosperous Africa based on inclusive growth and sustainable development. To consider adoption of a model law on factoring by the African Union and to subsequently encourage member states to adopt this law. The rationale is that in the current context of insufficient trade financing resources, especially for SMEs, factoring becomes a viable alternative to promote trade on the continent. Now, the third major point you have is the formulation process, an update on the work that has been carried out. In accordance with the PAP guidelines on the formulation of model laws, the development of model law consists of three major stages. The first phase is the initial stage, wherein the development of the model law on factoring was triggered by a request by Afreximbank, duly endorsed by the Committee on Monetary and Financial Affairs and approved by this August House in November 2023. The second phase is the formulation stage, which consists of production of a policy paper designed to provide a conceptual basis to the proposed model law, followed by the actual drafting of the model law and its endorsement by the competent permanent committee. And finally, the third stage is the adoption stage, which includes the consideration of the draft model law in plenary and all consultations to be held subsequently before final adoption of the proposed model law. Now, with regard to the proposed model law on factoring, the committee's engagement with Afreximbank began way back in 2021, but was interrupted by the COVID-19 disruption and the consequent break that followed closure of the Pan-African Parliament. Further to this, the committee had two laws to develop and opted to deal with one model law at a time. In November 2024, this August House adopted the model law on cooperatives in Africa, and thereby paving way for it to refocus its energies on the model law on factoring. The committee and Afreximbank, together with the PAP Legal Council, held a series of meetings to develop, discuss, and adopt the policy paper that provides a conceptual basis for the proposed model law. In December 2024, a subcommittee of members drawn from members of the Financing Committee met the Afreximbank to scrutinize all technical aspects of the law. In February 2025, the report of the subcommittee was adopted by the Committee on Monetary and Financial Affairs. It is our considered recommendation that this August House approve this draft model law on first reading and to authorize the committee to engage in consultations with regional stakeholders with a view to submitting at a later stage a draft model law which integrates the views and aspirations of the peoples of Africa and other concerned stakeholders. It is important now to address the substance of the proposed model law. But first, we're going to talk to you about the overview on the model law on factoring. Now, given the fact that the model law on factoring is meant to be a guideline or a template in the development and or review legislation on factoring, it only covers key aspects that largely seek to provide an enabling environment for factoring to thrive. The framework of the factoring legislation aims to address the financing gap of SMEs and facilitate trade development. The draft model law does not detail much of the procedural aspects which can be included in subsidiary legislation and factoring operational and governance instruments, taking into account specific national context. The model law serves the following core objectives. The first objective is to guide the development of factoring legislation and the review of existing ones. There are countries that do not have factoring legislation in place, like in my country, in Senegal. The model law can therefore be an impetus towards adoption of new legislation. And moreover, on the basis of the model law, existing laws can be improved to reflect current demands and trends. There is an internationally accepted structure that factoring model law follows, as in the 1998 UNIDROIT law, amended more recently in 2024. In developing and reviewing national legislation, it is not uncommon for countries to avoid copying things from other countries. The model law will stand out and be viewed as something superior to national legislation. In this sense, it will be easier for advocacy groups to use it in pushing governments to either enact new laws or review the existing ones. Compilation of best international practices. The model law is a compilation of best international practices. It will therefore be a one-stop center for those who wish to draw on best practices in developing or reviewing factoring legislation. The model law will be a catalyst for harmonizing factoring legislation and practice in Africa. In so doing, the proposed law provides a benchmark for African national legislatures enacting arrangements aimed at fostering growth of factoring activities across the continent. The model law on factoring contains 7 parts, excluding the explanatory introduction and preamble. As regards the explanatory introduction, this section introduces factoring and the historical development associated with the model law. It is not part of the law itself, but considers when the idea of developing the model law was mooted to when the actual development of the law was finalized in 2016. A lot of changes have taken place both in the financial sector and within the environment that impact on the application of the law, thereby giving it broader scope. More recently, UNIDROIT in 2024 developed a model law on factoring. Whilst acknowledging this, emphasis needs to be laid on the fact that the model law should provide an African perspective as it addresses issues from a continental context without losing its international outreach. This should therefore be expounded in the introduction. Now, so as regards to the second point, which is the preamble, most legal instruments provide for a preamble wherein the title and objectives of the law are stated. This section is lacking in the proposed model law on the factoring and needs to be included. The preamble will also address the background to the development of a model law on factoring in Africa and its benefits to the people of Africa and Agenda 2063. Now, at this juncture, we can talk about the first part, or part 1, on the model law, which defines and interprets the model law. This part of the law deals with definitions and rules of interpretation. The definitions provide context of clarity for terminology used across the law and setting the tone of application across the documents. Part 2, scope of application and limitations. This section covers both the scope of application and the exclusions and limitations of the Act. It describes the boundaries as well as its limitations in application of the law. It stipulates the Act's application to domestic and international assignments under the factoring and subsequent assignments of the receivables. Part 3, autonomy. In as far as the law of contracts is defined, the party should be able to enter into contracts without interference from government. This particular section provides this clarity while referring to other articles within the said law that emphasize on clarity of application. Part 4, the effects of assignment. This particular section delves into the details of the legal consequences that occur when one party transfers the rights or interests under a contract to another party defined in this section. The next part concerns the rights and obligations and defenses. The rights, obligations, and defenses are covered under this section. In this section, under the client and factor relationship, representation by client, right to give notice, and right to payment. And part 6 is the concerns international factoring. This section defines the relationships between factors concerning the assignment between them under import and export factoring conditions. And the last part is the entry into force, application, and repeals. This is a standard practice of every law which specifies when the said act will come into force for purposes of its application. Similarly, the place where the document is registered is also specified. Also, it is important to note that this model law is intended to provide best practices in factoring. The objective is to have a common African approach to factoring such that businesses reap the full benefits offered by factoring. At this juncture, we're going to talk to you about the recommendation and the way forward. In light of the foregoing, the Committee on Monetary and Financial Affairs recommend to the August plenary to consider this report and their next draft model law on factoring, and to resolve as follows. 1. To approve the first reading the revised draft model law on factoring. Secondly, to mandate the committee to proceed to the regional consultations to enable the various stakeholders to make input into the draft model law on factoring in Africa. These would include the relevant organs and departments of the African Union Commission, regional economic communities, and civil society organizations. Thirdly, further mandate the committee to submit for final consideration and adoption the draft model law on factoring after integrating inputs received from the regional consultations. Fourth, commend Afreximbank and the African Capacity Building Foundation, ACBF, and the PAP Secretariat for the technical support received for the formulation of the model law on factoring. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Mr. President, first yours.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
Another louder approves. I shall now allow debate on the presentations. And a list of speakers with me. And can we set the timer, please? Our IT team, set the timer on 3 minutes. And the first to take the floor is Honorable Amina Tijani Yaya. Honorable Maboiketo Madiehe Lesotho. And I should say the debate is on the two presentations, budget and the one on factoring. Take the floor once for both presentations. Honorable Madiehe, not there, not in the chamber. Honorable Senator Danson Mungatana.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I wanted to really commend the Committee on Monetary and Financial Affairs, particularly on the let me make my comments in two headlines on the factoring, because this may not be very familiar with many of us. But factoring is very, very important for traders. It is in fact happening already across the continent. This factoring is happening, in fact, in my own country, in Kenya. You have a trader who has supplied to a supermarket goods that are worth 1 million Kenya shillings. Or you have a trader who has already taken his coffee and is waiting for payment. So he has an invoice worth 1 million shillings. Now that invoice, he needs to use that money for other businesses or to continue with his business. So he takes that invoice to what we call a factoring company. So it becomes a receivable good. And that person is worth 1 million shillings, but the factoring company will pay him immediately 900,000 Kenya shillings. So he doesn't have to borrow to support his business. So factoring must happen in Africa so that we can support businesses, so that small businesses can be able to access credit without having to wait. They can access their money without having to wait for a very long time. Unfortunately, in Kenya, we do not have a specific factoring law. Business is already happening. People are already discounting their checks, discounting their invoices, and some financial institutions are giving these services already, but there is no specific factoring law. What we have in our country is a registration of those invoices with the Business Registration Office. The bureau that deals with business registration in Kenya can register those as collateral, and those who want to buy the accounts receivable are able then to access their money. But we still don't have a proper factoring law. So I want to take this floor to say that this is the way that we should go in Africa. And I want to really come out here to say Afro-Exim Bank has done a...
Sorry, you want 1 minute? Okay, fine, proceed.
Mr. President, if it's 3 minutes on factoring, maybe you can also give us 3 minutes on the other one. It's only fair.
We'll allow 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was just saying that Afro-Exim Bank has touched the nerve for Africa. And we need to support this law on factoring. As we go through this first stage reading, I call upon all members to support it and all of us to move with the Monetary and Finance Committee on this side. Mr. President, on the budget, I just wanted to say only one thing, and I know colleagues will make a lot of comments on this one. But on the budget, Mr. President, when we were having the leadership of Honorable Muntaka Mohammed, who was then the chair, we really had a look at the budget at that time, and there was no provision for activities for committees. Most committees were hardly funded. But through the efforts of the Monetary and Finance Affairs Committee at the time, money was allocated for committees, and you will see that we have programmed budgets for committees. Unfortunately, Mr. President, as we speak now, committees, and you can see the 2025 media execution budget, we are at 29%. Committees, Mr. Speaker, Excellency President, have not been doing utilization of the funds within their budget. And I'm standing only to say one thing, to encourage the chairs of committees to go and find out how much money is within their committees and to execute, to use that money. Because if you don't use that money, The next time we are going before the policy organs to ask for money, we will be told we are allocating you funds and you have poor execution rate. If our execution rate is standing at 29% and we are already midterm, what will happen to us when we go to the policy organs to ask for money? We should be having at least a 50% execution rates for the committees as we stand now, and maybe 100% by the end of the year, so that when we go to the policy organs, when the president goes to the policy organs and the committee, they will be able to tell the policy organs that the monies you are giving us are not enough and we need more funds because we exhaust this money even before the end of the year. But if the rate is as low as it is now, I think we need to improve. And I thank you, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I want to commend Honorable Tony for presenting or for sharing the information on PAP budget for the years 2025 and 2026. Mr. President, we have got a problem, Mr. President. Every year, Honorable President, were ever crying about the budget constraints about the activities for PAP. Honorable President, I'm going to focus more on the potential effects of not funding PAP. Honorable President, inadequate funding hampers the Parliament's ability to develop and implement policies, laws, and regulations, ultimately affecting its legislative capacity, Mr. President. Insufficient funding limits the Parliament's ability to conduct oversight missions, monitor AU policies, and hold institutions to accountability. As it was said by my colleague, Honorable Katana from Kenya, yes, we might have the budgets or we might have the money here, but I don't think we've got a lot of money that is not being exhausted at Parliament. It looks like AU is not funding PAP, Mr. President, and there are no funds that are exhausted for this cause, Mr. President. Funding constraints, Mr. President, can limit the Parliament's ability to effectively represent Africa's citizens' interests and promote their participation in the continental integration process, Mr. President. Inadequate funding can hinder the Parliament's ability to promote Africa integration, harmonize laws, coordinate policies, ultimately slowing down the integration process. Funding constraints can damage the Parliament's credibility and reputation both within Africa and internationally, Mr. President. We need to do something, Mr. President. I don't know if other organs of AU are being funded, Mr. President. Why not PAP? President.
1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. President, is it because they are afraid that as PAP, we are going to play an oversight role to the executive as one of our functions here? Maybe they know that when they fund PAP or the committees, will end up knowing what they are doing, because the other organs, they are doing a lot of activities. We are like a cousin to other organs of AU. Mr. President, through your Beru, may you please push them to fund PAP so that we can do the duties that were sent by our national parliaments to do here. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Next, take the floor is Honorable Mamelo Paul Lesotho.
Thank you, His Excellency. I had prepared myself to talk about inadequate funding and its effect on PAP. And fortunately or unfortunately, my brother stole my paper. So I have decided to thank you for that. I will not repeat what has already been said. Thank you.
Thank you very much, very progressive. Honorable Senator Tony Sbanze, Eswatini.
Your Excellency, thank you. I presented, so I don't think I registered for this one because I can't question myself. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you very much. Honorable Dr. Kesetegile Kobotswana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It has been an excellent presentation by Senator Tony Sbanze. Thank you very much. Very good presentation. But I want to raise an issue of procedure, a procedural issue. Because when it started, it was put before this Parliament that the document that is being discussed has not been circulated. I don't know how we can be expected to debate such a very important item on the agenda that we have not seen. How can we do that in this Parliament? I am very constrained, Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, sorry, Mr. President, to discuss and debate this report because I have not seen the report. Maybe other colleagues have seen it, but I have not seen it, the report.
Maybe I can assist quickly.
Yes, if you can.
I did mention that the budget report will be presented for what I may call preliminary information, which you would further interrogate in the actual report upon receipt. We have been promised that the report, the budget report, will be received by yourselves anytime. And then I said, as a result, once you have seen the report, we will offer another opportunity on the comment of the budget. Then came the second report, the factoring report. So there are two reports. So one can elect to say, look, I heard the budget, and I think it's clear to me I'm debating on the budget. One will say, I hold my comments on the budget, I will depend on the factoring one. When they will receive the budget, it will definitely allow any opportunity for members to say, we have seen the report and the further comments. Once it's received, we hope today. If it happens tomorrow, okay, fine, tomorrow. So you have a choice to say, no, I will debate later when we have received the report. For now, let the debate pass. So that promise stands. But others have debated on the budget. Then I assume they managed to comprehend the budget and thought they could still proceed. So you have the choice to debate the budget or debate later. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I choose to debate the report after I've received it.
Monsieur le Président.
So when can you assure us when will we have received the report?
I know the...
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. President. Mr. President, with your permission, I would like to say that the report has already been distributed. Maybe he's the only one that hasn't had a copy yet. Maybe if we can understand also that we proceed with the debate. Thank you.
First of all, is that correct that you now have the budget report in the chamber?
Yes.
Can you raise it? Okay, thank you. Those that have not received it anyway, can you ask the ushers to come to you and then they get the report for you? I'll still allow Honorable Dr. Kobotsana, since you have just received it and I see you are receiving it, also allow another opportunity once you have gone through later to come back to that debate. For those that feel they do not have time to actually study the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, I've just received the report.
Yes, study it.
Yes.
We'll allow you time later.
No, I just want to register my displeasure about this procedural issue and say, so that I can make a short comment about it and pass.
You want to comment now?
Yes, I want to comment now.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is I want to register my displeasure and register my concern about this very procedural issue, that you should have seen the report in time and studied the report in order to interrogate this report. But the only comment I want to make is with respect to my colleague, the senator from Kenya, because we don't have the figures now, but it would appear that under certain items, the execution...
Point of order, Mr. President.
Okay, fine, point of order.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think the honorable member can go through the report. It was circulated in the group on our platform as MPs, WhatsApp group.
Okay, we'll allow him. He said he didn't see the report, so we'll allow him to debate as he deems fit.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm just saying that under certain items, it would appear that the executions were quite not satisfactory. So the only question and maybe an explanation that I would want from the presenters is to whether they have explanations as to why certain items were underperforming, so that we can see how we can improve in the future. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you
Mr.
very
President.
much. Thank you for that. Honorable Amina Idris.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the floor. I would like to thank the Financial and Monetary Affairs Committee for their two presentations, and I also like to laud the initiative of making available this model law to us. It's an essential tool to strengthen access of SMEs, African SMEs, to funding and foster the private sector growth on our continent. Factoring, as you know, enables companies to rapidly mobilize funds and resources from their credit or debt. But in Africa, despite the size of SMEs in our economy and their importance, accounting for more than 90% of the entrepreneurial fabric, access to loans is one of the key impediments to the development. This model law meets two objectives: harmonize national legal framework to secure factoring operations, and to establish a favorable environment to investment where creditors such as companies are protected by the law. I would like to underscore the importance of transparency, accountancy, of traceability of loans, and the protection of data in this process. As an MP, or as MPs, we should ensure that this law fosters the formalization of economic activities while avoiding to burden the avoiding administrative burden on SMEs. I'd like to recommend that during the next steps, we should carefully consider the modalities of implementation at the national level, interactions with laws on real estate guarantees, specific laws on companies managed by young women and young people and women who are the most marginalized when it comes to access to funding. I also like to propose the Financial and Monetary Affairs Committee should organize consultations with SMEs, banks, and fintechs, African fintechs that use financial technology, that is new technologies. New financial technologies whose aim is to improve accessibility to funding. You mentioned Afreximbank in your report. I do not know if this bank also uses new technologies. But what is important is that an African import-export bank that is headquartered in Egypt here in Africa. Thank you for this collaboration, because when we say want to be independent, that actually it's a pointer to economic independence. So we're encouraging African institutions. I'm urging you to forge ahead. So these consultations would enable you to ensure that the model law should be a pillar of economic transformation that is inclusive and sustainable. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
Omku Moshalis, Lesotho.
Thank you, Honorable President. I think Honorable Tafanana Zua from Zimbabwe, he plowed with my equipment, but I'll try to plant with my own. So, in this case of the budget, I think it's our responsibility as members of this parliament to make sure that our member states are paying their subscriptions to African Union, so that we'll be having our strong word. So I will urge all of us maybe to make sure that the subscription is paid to African Union. This will give us the stronghold to oversight on African Union. And another point is I'm having here is, we please urge African Union to maybe stop recruiting some of the organs, because this parliament is full of intellectuals. We have got a lot of people here who can do the job of the organs which African Union is trying to recruit. So that will be my take, Honorable President. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable. I cede the floor to Honorable Frank Ghana.
Thank you, Mr. President. And because of exigencies of time, I'll try to be as quick and summarize my point. And I intend to speak on the two subject matters, the one on the budget and the one on the model law on factory. Mr. President, I listened carefully on the two presentations that were made. I think it was largely good and impressive. But on the budget, I think going into the future, we should always set out, when we want to present a budget, we should set out what our priorities were as a parliament. A and B were our priorities. And then when we present the budget should go to feed into these priorities. That would be my suggestion, my first suggestion. So that, for instance, critical areas should have been highlighted that we thought that was supposed to play a very important role in the budgeting. The members can appreciate what the outstanding issues are in the concept of what our priorities are as a continent. I hear the presenter talked about 81% success rate for the 2024 budget. Respectfully, I think it's quite vague. To say 21% is quite vague. We should be elucidating on what constituted the 81%. It may be the case that the 81% success story was more of an area that we did not target or put much emphasis on. So going into the future, Mr. Presenter, I suggest you take that into consideration. Mr. President, I know you have been very passionate about funding sources, and I've heard colleagues talk up lament on funding sources. I think it's two sides of the coin. Whilst we are advocating for more funding, we should also be advocating for the appropriate allocation and the judicious usage of the funds that has been allocated. It cannot just be one side of the coin, where we always call for funding. So we call for funding, we must responsibly also get a monitoring or up our monitoring system, where the usage or otherwise of these funds given are monitored. Mr. President, in this age of restrictions, at least we can talk about the restrictions coming from the US of A, with its attendant effect, we should be getting innovative. Mr. President, again, I know how passionate you are when it comes to these matters. One of the low-hanging fruits that we can tap into is a carbon credit. The carbon credit system is becoming admirable in the narrative of the world. For instance, I am aware of what the European Union is doing, and particularly the UAE. There is a huge potential there where member countries can plow into the carbon credit system. So we may have to revert our minds into these matters and see how best the continent could take advantage of this. Mr. Speaker, on the factory, let me commend you highly. I'm sure our torchbearers today will be shaking in their graves. The Kwame Nkrumah, the Robert Mugabe, the Julius Nyerere, all of them will be shaking in their graves. That the very views and vision of the continent is beginning to find expressions in our fundamental narratives as a continent. So for PAP to be talking about model law on factory, my day is made, and I feel proud as a son of the soil. But a few things though. Mr. President, don't forget, Ghana is proud that we are hosts to the Continental Free Trade Area. We cannot talk about model law on factoring without the input or bringing in wake the relevance and the importance of the Continental Free Trade Area. At least it's one of the biggest free trade agreements after the WHO. And we as a continent moving forward should find a way we can appropriate this into our forward march. Market sources are all important. We've also read about the Marshall Law, the Marshall Plan. What the
One minute. Okay.
Yes, so we read about the Marshall Plan, what the World Bank and the IMF had done to Europe when Europe was zero down. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. So the begging question is, this concept of model factory or model law on factoring, what are we fashioning it on? Are there best practices? Of course, I concede that we may have a unique challenge, but are there best practices globally that we can fashion on? Concept of a market sourcing, concept of a branding, banks, SMEs, these are fundamentals, rules of origin, these are fundamentals that we need to agree on. And then moving forward, I'm sure we can come atop the situation. Now, this model law, Mr. Speaker, as you do know, it is not justiciable. So it is rather going to be a persuasive law passed. However, when it is persuasive, then we must also up our activity in terms of convincing member states to buy into the concept and also adopt it. So that it doesn't become one of the laws that we pass and it gets dusty on shelves. I want to commend you, Mr. President, highly for these interventions, and to say that I'm sure members are very happy. Those of us from Ghana, you know we are your in-law. You can always count on us. Anything and everything that we do legitimately to pursue and to achieve the dreams of our land. I thank you, and I'm grateful for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. When he said you are in law, you may just wonder, what is he talking about? We got independence in 1980 in Zimbabwe, and the first lady was from Ghana. First lady of Zimbabwe in 1980. First lady Sally Mugabe, Sally Heffron, was from the Ghana. So we all now will be in-laws of Ghana forever. Thank you very much. I invite Honorable Teresa Fayed to respond to, is it correct? Do we have, my list is exhausted. Or I'm now being given the last one. Honorable Philippus Catamelo, take the floor.
Thank you very much, and good morning, fellow Africans. I ordinarily would not have wanted to take the floor, but I will be very short in to say that one of the key fundamental aspects of decision making is information. And they say in the Queen's language, knowledge is power. But I think there's one word we need to put into knowledge and data. It's the ability to apply the knowledge. That is power. Now, in front of us, we've got a budget which was just given to us, and I want to at least concur with the previous speakers that ideally matters of this nature should have been provided. But I just wanted to highlight something. When you go to page 4 of 12, you will find that for statutory meetings, the approved budget was 1.6 of let me take bank charges and exchange loss. The approved budget is 30,000. The released budget is 30,000. The execution is 29,951. That gives you 100% execution rate. Expatriating that thinking into the next line of statutory meetings, you find it's 1.6 for the approved budget. It is 1.6 for the released budget, but the execution is 3 million, and the execution rate says 98. Now that can be correct. You go further, statutory meetings 530. The release budget is 530. The execution is $927,032.53, and it says 100%. And there is an over expenditure of close to double, 100%. So at least it must indicate, it must reflect somewhere that it's mild. So data of this nature then clearly corrupt the summation to say that the operation expenditure for 2024 was $9.9 million and translate to an execution rate of 81%. Clearly does not sum up. I'm just saying it looks like small matters, but information is power, and it enhances you to be able to make a decision based on from a very much informed viewpoint. So I think just take note of that, but I'm sure I have not had the time to study further, but in the short summation that I was given, those are the shortcomings that I came to highlight. I so submit. I thank you.
Thank you very much for those observations. Can I now invite the chairperson and the support team to respond?
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I would like, in turn, to thank all the honorable MPs for their inputs, their questions. That would enable us to beef up the two documents that we presented earlier. I'm going to try and provide some answers to on the law on factoring and the law on the budget. I'll propose that Honorable Tony will take the floor to that end. I know that there are so many inputs on comments that will enable us to help us to improve the budget. Thank you, dear honorables. And as regards the law on factoring, Mr. President, is a tool that will help the African Union to boost or to establish a mechanism that will boost the African economy. Today, countries such as Benin, Burkina Faso, Cote d'Ivoire, and Niger already have laws on factoring in their countries. But a lot still remains to be done. And as was pointed out earlier by the colleague from Chad, regional consultations in UEMOA, it's a recommendation from countries of UEMOA to ensure that member countries should have this law on factoring and to hold consultations with regions and to perhaps to have an inventory on regions. The meetings with the banks, I think all these are recommendations on which we can use to improve our budget. When we talk about the factoring, colleagues also came back to that. It will help to boost access to funding for SMEs and also help the African economy to increase their funding, because sometimes their SME fundings, it can be mechanisms of guarantees that are not available to enable SMEs to have access to banks, but factoring will help in this regard. The honorable from Chad also talked about, as Amina, specific measures for young women and young people, for women and young people. For example, in Senegal in 2021, we developed a project known as Employment, Economic Transformation and Boosting. Right after COVID-19, it was a mechanism to support SMEs in Senegal to revive the economy. And the specific measures that we took was to increase the coverage rate for companies that are managed by women and companies. The young people. The law deals with general issues, but recommendations can be made to countries in implementing this law in their respective countries. So generally speaking, we can say that all the recommendations and comments that were made by colleagues are quite relevant and can help the Pan-African Parliament to help the AU intern to develop a model law on factoring that will help African companies and boost the African economy, because we know that in the African economies account for 50% of the GDP, and in the economy it's about 80%. And this is a law that we welcomed by member countries and supported by the Pan-African Parliament. Like I said, Mr. President, for budgetary issues, we are quite sorry. I would like to apologize. The report that was submitted late, I would like to apologize to all our colleagues. And if with your permission, I'm going to give the floor to our colleague, rapporteur to provide response in this regard, or answers in this regard. Thank you very much.
Honorable Tony, you are welcome. Take the floor.
Thank you, Excellency. Thank you, Chairperson, for yielding the floor to me. I'll be very, very brief, Your Excellency, because I think we have taken too much time on these two issues. Just quickly, Senator Mukatana mentioned that the chairpersons of the committees needs to utilize the budget for their committees and the caucuses. Yes, please, if they can, consult the Finance Monetary Affairs Secretariat so that they can know how much money is available. It will really go a long way. I think Hobatswang also mentioned the issues with the non-submission of the report on time. The chairperson has actually apologized in that regard. Moving forward, we'll sort it out. He asked about a low execution rate and the reasons why some of these budget lines are underperforming. For example, your President, the low execution for 2025, this session that we are having, we had it in July. July is falling in the second half of the year, when it was supposed to be held in May, June. So ordinarily, this session will be sitting in the first half of the year. So we couldn't have the session. So the lower execution also is affected by that. So we know that by the end of the year, the execution will be actually high, because not that the session has not happened, but it's a cut-off issue. So I think that's one of the reasons. And the second one is the staff costs, which recruitment is being worked around. It's a cause of the low execution. And Honorable Hamina advised the committee to consult with the banks and other institutions, and also encouraged and appreciated the fact that Afrexim Bank is also a bank in Egypt, which is in Africa. So Africa promoting its own. I think I will not go further. Honorable Frank from Ghana mentioned a very, very important issue, that whilst we call for funding, let us execute these funds. I think the chairperson has also responded. The last one, chairperson, was the Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Katamelo from Namibia, who highlighted certain issues with regards to certain figures, which seems not satisfactory. We will actually go through the report, Excellency, and see the report that has been distributed, if maybe the areas will try and correct that. But just to highlight that he talked about the year 2024, January to December 2024, which is a year that is long past, and there was a supplementary that was issued. So some expenditure could be higher, is higher, because what was released and what was approved was actually affected by the supplementary that we received as a special request, so that we could hold our sessions in November, December last year, which actually affected the figures. So I think that is what I will say and end on it. And just to thank the honorable members for their support towards the Committee on Monetary and Financial Affairs, and for the members to adopt this report. We really appreciate, and for any issues, the committee is available to assist and further guide accordingly. Thank you, Your Excellency, the Chairperson. President.
Thank you very, 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 very much, Finance Committee. You are our enabler. You enable every committee, even the Bureau, to undertake or execute its functions. This is a topic that even the President, when he gives his own report, will touch on some of those issues. But the preliminary issues also to contribute to the responses. Funding challenges is a fact. It's a fact that PAP's budget from 2021, 22, 23, 24, 25, going 26, is still based on lockdown figures of COVID-19. That statement I always make until members show that they do understand this issue. If you look at the figures for PAP, for committee session from 2021, they are sitting on 265,000. That's the amount allocated for a committee sitting. Yet, before COVID, so this figure is a COVID figure. Before COVID, there's someone also acting as president somewhere. Who is that? Someone is talking somewhere. Can you be louder so that we hear you? Someone is on the phone or something. Sorry? Egypt. Oh, we are not going to mention the name, but people say, Egypt, please respect the decorum of this parliament. Right. I'm saying unless MPs understand this point, we will not move quickly. That the budget for a committee sitting or session statutory February, March, or August, September, from 2000 whatever, whether it's 5, it has always been 800,000 for a committee sitting. 2020 came COVID. Another one is speaking this side. From 2020, which is beginning 2021, the budget of 2021, which was then decided upon in 2020 because of COVID. 2020 March, COVID announced. When AU did the budget for 2021 in 2020 budget for the following year, they argued, AU argued that, please, PAP and the other organs, you don't need the 800,000 for your statutory meetings because there is COVID. You are not going to meet physically. You do it Zoom or virtual meetings only. So, your amount for a sitting of committee then drops from 800,000 to 265,000. Reason, this is the amount for interpretation and translation. And it was correct. If you go back 10 years behind or back, you will find that PAP's budget, even from 2010, committee interpretation during that session was 265,000. So they just picked that figure and they said that's the only money you need because you've been in different places. They go to this main session plenary like this one. From 2009, the amount was 1,300,000 for PAP session. They argued that because of COVID, you only need money for virtual meetings. And that amount is 450,000. So you see that amount in 2021, decided upon 2020 because of COVID. Now, when you look at the PAP budget from 2021, which was a COVID lockdown budget, it shows, the graph shows a constant 265 for committee sittings, 450 for plenary, which is a 2020 budget figure. So 2021, you see the same figure. 2022, 23, 24, 25 is a 265, 450, which is a lockdown figure. Then they argued that committees during COVID don't need money to meet physically. it will be a small amount for virtual meetings only. The committees will not carry out missions because of COVID. That was then 2020. The committees will not carry out public hearings or anything like that. As a result, it's zero. From 2021, it's zero for committee missions or committee public hearings. You find 0, 0, 0, 0. Up to now, COVID ended and we came back to physical meetings essentially mid-2021. 22, 23, we've been meeting physically, but the budget still reflects virtual meetings. That's the budget of PAP, and that's why we have problems. It's still, even this year, we have a budget that shows the same figures. From the MPs need to understand this politics of our budget. When you meet your foreign minister, your ambassador, you need to tell them this, that we are locked. We are locked in terms of budget, this PAP. We are locked in the COVID lockdown budget up to now. You have not unlocked us. And then we have these problems. I wanted to comment on this. As a result, please, if we want to unlock this problem of budgeted PAP, there is a very clear formula. Each delegation of PAP, the moment they will approach their foreign minister and say this is untenable, the moment they will approach the ambassador or have a virtual meeting with the ambassador in Addis, because it is your ambassadors in Addis who argue against an increased budget from that low figure. And I want to salute sitting here, and I have to say this openly, Côte d'Ivoire, excellent country. During our budget session, Côte d'Ivoire was super. Côte d'Ivoire was super. They tried to convince other ambassadors that, look, understand that this budget of PAP is unrealistic. It's a COVID budget up to now. Adjust these figures. And there's one country which I want to mention, which even if almost everybody was agreeing to increase in the budget for PAP, that country remained totally against, up to the end. No. PAP, why should PAP be treated differently? And as a result, there was even an impasse. The PRC could not agree on PAP. Others were saying, no ways, let's give them money. Then there was this no, until they took a break and to try and discuss informally because they couldn't agree. So if we go back to our ambassadors in Addis Ababa, if we talk to them and we could prepare a brief, I think Secretariat, whoever is here, Secretariat, we need a 2-page document for each delegation, which they present to their speaker, to their foreign minister, ambassador in Addis, those three, and you seek to meet them as delegations, will be out of this situation. Because people causing this, first are our ambassadors in Addis, then they present to the foreign ministers. So on the budget, it remains COVID even 2026. It remains a COVID budget because of some countries who opposed. Then you move to, then we appealed that we can't hold this session if there are no additional funds. So on the budget, remained COVID. But the effect is that we don't have money for session. Again, after some debate, other countries supporting PAP, others not, we ended up, they gave us 650,000. So delegation leaders, please, can you approach your foreign minister and ambassadors? Now, I want to comment on execution rate. I know the Finance Committee may not have touched on this in detail. The problem we have in relation to the execution rate, which brings us down to 80-something, is one, recruitment. Recruitment was frozen at AU for all organs. They are not allowing recruitment. But we have salaries in the budget of positions that are vacant. We have other benefits of staff of positions that are vacant, like in our case. Head of finance, head of HR, head of audit, and we have, as you know, about 25 vacant positions for more than 4 or 5 years. So the effect is that all that money, which is reserved for salaries, whatever, put together, it is then undermining our performance. Because there's this big amount which is not spent every year for salaries because we are not allowed, nobody's allowed to recruit by the AU. If you want to recruit, you need money, of course, in the budget. To recruit in the AU, it means when you want to, you need a budget to interview, first of all. Interviews, it means you invite applicants, those that are shortlisted from all over the continent, to come for interviews. You need the budget for that. You need the budget for whoever is successful. You need to fly them with their property, fly their family, air tickets for the family. So if it's a couple with 5 children, you fly all of them from wherever they are to Midrand or to Johannesburg. You need a budget for that. And for the first 3 months, they earn an amount per member of that family. So the husband, the wife, and the 3, 4, 5 children, each one receives money, I think, for 3 months. On average, maybe 7,000 per head, I think 7,000, 8,000 per head, which goes to family members, and the one who recruited, I think it will be 15,000. So it goes about 50 or so thousand, depending on the number of children, of course. The figure can go up to 60,000 just to recruit one person. That amount of money is not in the budget, was not allocated to any of the organs, because for some reason they say no recruitment. So I'm saying the monies for salaries remain in the budget for 25 positions. This is very important. Every year you have it in the budget, every year you have it in the budget, and that amount reflects badly on our performance. Because when they do the calculations, or we gave them so much, then this amount was not used as a percentage, so they only use the 68%. If you remove for PAP, you remove the money for staff who have been not recruited, our utilization rate, execution rate goes to 98. Just do the calculations. Once you remove the issue of staff salaries that are not being consumed, we go to 90-something immediately. So the lack of low execution is not that we have not used the money. No, in the active areas of committees, everything else, those are 100%. So I just thought I should go into detail and appeal to members. And indeed, we are going to prepare 1 or 2 pages for you to be able to share these facts about our situation. And once you do it, we'll have no problems about money at PAP. We'll have no problems about money at PAP. So thank you very much. Now it's 1 o'clock, and we need to go for lunch. But if Honorable Sakata can promise that his presentation, and I believe we did show management some time again in the chamber. Honorable Sakata will have to tell us, if it takes more than 30 minutes, unfortunately, we just have to break for lunch. If it can be very short, Honorable Tony, I see you would want to take the floor.
Thank you,
finance.
Yeah, thank you, Excellency. I just wanted to seek guidance, Excellency, that since these reports have been concluded, shouldn't we move for adoption?
Oh, thank you. the finance budget report. Can we move for adoption? Who is the proposer? Seconder? Many. Congratulations, Finance Committee. The other one on factoring is only for noting, I believe. Thank you. So, Honorable Sakata, it's lunch time.
Pour la facturage. Hello, President.
Oh, sorry. Adopt it formally. Can we move to adopt it? The model of factoring proposed, raised, and second adopted. Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Sakata, if you promise that...
Yeah, for 10 minutes, Honorable.
Yeah, and then the experts will also take 10 minutes. No, the debate cannot take minutes.
Okay.
Let me see how many are registered for the debate. On factoring, 3 people on there. Factoring, how many? Factoring 9. No, we are not going to accept any further registration. There are only 9 people, and some of them may not be in the chamber after all. So that may boost our performance. Honorable Sakata. Thank you. May I invite the support team to come in the chamber. Professor Oliver C. Rupel is one. I think there are 2, isn't it?
It's Arald Giski.
Sorry, yeah, with
Arald.
the team.
Yeah.
So Professor with your team come in. Please, you want to go for lunch by 1:30. 1:30, Sakata, 5 minutes. You know, soil management, someone yesterday was saying, you mean we don't know about soil management? Because when we grew up as young girls and boys, we would take the soil and play around with the soil, know its texture. You know, this one I can do some cow or an elephant using this soil. So soil is not a very unfamiliar subject. So tell us what we don't know only. Thank you, Honorable Sakata. Proceed.
Honorable President, chers collègues.
Honorable President, dear colleagues, thank you for the floor. Allow me to make a very brief presentation of less than 10 minutes. Then we're going to give the floor to Professor Oliver for about another 10 minutes regarding technical aspects. Honorable President, dear colleagues, the model law on soil management that I'm going to present to you has followed a very praiseworthy path. 10 years ago, almost, when a group of experts working in a research center in Africa known as the development program noted the disparity of legislative standards on soil management in Africa. I would like to seize this opportunity to laud these experts represented by Professor Olivier Rupel and Mr. Arald Giski, who are in the hall. Accordingly, from 2018, 7 years ago, they undertook research to try and overcome these differences. And from the outset, they established sporadic contact and continued with the Agricultural Committee of the PAP. It's after that PAP, in 2022, took a resolution in developing a model law on soil management. To develop this text, your committee consulted several texts in Africa, especially the political framework of the African Union for pastoralism in Africa in 2010, the declaration of the African Union on land issues in 29, the African Charter on Human and People's Rights of 1981, the Malabo Declaration on the Growth of Agricultural Transformation 2014, Agenda 2063. It also drew inspiration from the strategy and action 10-year action plan of the detailed program on the development of African agriculture, CAADP, of 2026 to 2035, the Kampala Declaration on CAADP, the African Convention on the Conservation of Nature and Natural Resources in Maputo 2003 that has been revised, the Model Law on Food Security in Africa is another text of 2022, best practices in soil management, the use of land and protection of the environment. After having consulted these texts, the research undertook by our experts helped to consult 20 countries on the continent, especially landlocked countries. Among these countries, I'll name without, among others, Kenya, Uganda, Central Africa, South Africa, Zambia, Namibia, Mozambique, Cameroon, West Africa, Ghana, Burkina Faso, North Africa, Morocco, Tunisia, and landlocked countries like Madagascar, or rather island countries, like Madagascar. To perfect this model up, the committee made some contacts by meeting Kenyan MPs in Nairobi, as well as Ugandan researchers and South African researchers. Honorable President, the soil management is a major stake for the development of Africa. This development has to be done collectively and not in isolation. The development of this model law stems from the fact that the management of soil in Africa is done without any pre-consideration in most countries. That is why the most allocations are contradictory in. Everything can be done in a habitat. Sometimes it's mines or oil that are used, are developed, relegating agricultural aspects to the background. Urban areas sometimes receive loads that from the environmental standpoint of rural allocations. With regard to all these contradictory situations, the model law that I'm presenting to you, it's a priority for Africa. Since soil management is intersectoral and multi-factor, this law is a framework that is soil management and recognizing the essential roles to ensure food security and resilience faced with climate change. So PAP has understood the need to adopt in the same package food security and nutritional security in 2022, climate change, which is underway, and sustainable management of soil that I'm presenting to you. So if we adopt these three texts and the national parliament that we belong to, as well as the African government, are diligent, we will be delighted to see a change. Moreover, the model law will facilitate strategies to conserve and restore and improve fertility and productivity of soil. It also seeks to fight against soil degradation. Among these African originalities, the model law acknowledges the local values, traditional practices, and the essential roles of customary leaders in farming. The law also reflects legal diversity of Africa without rejecting the legal system from that are French, English, or Portuguese. Dear colleagues, we're dealing with a very balanced model law. Let us note that this law does not only recognize the importance of the soil, it also emphasizes the rights of all the stakeholders In summary, the law has 9 parts divided into 42 articles. I cannot mention them all, but the prominent point that we can mention relates to the services rendered by men, respecting the principles of equity, gender equality, proportionality, subsidiarity, participation, and transparency. Moreover, the link between sustainable agricultural soils and food security. The text also mentioned the issue of impact on the text also mentioned the reduction of land grabbing, which is a phenomenon that is common in African soils. It also talks about zoning and the use of soil, and this is very important. We also have the difference between allocation between land in urban areas and in rural areas. The text also mentions the issue of digitalization and sustainable management of soil, and giving priority of indigenous knowledge. Like I said, the role of traditional leaders are also taken into account because that is part of our tradition. Another originality is that there is the establishment, Honorable President, colleagues, by presenting a governance of current soil that tends to the future. This law seeks to guarantee that the soils in Africa should serve current and future generations, while significantly contributing to the achievement of the vision of the African Union development within the framework of Agenda 2063. It should be specified that we're dealing here with the use of soils and not land ownership or land access. To conclude, Honorable President, and as we are well aware, concerning a model law, we will apply the principle of standstill that we call in French non-recognition. In other words, concerning model law, it is forbidden for states to develop laws that are below those provided for in the model law, but states can do more. So I'd like to invite all the colleagues to be the ambassadors in their respective countries to improve or strengthen their legislative arsenal on the management and protection of the soil, taking into account and incorporating relevant elements in this project. Moreover, under the consultations, broad consultations, in all the sub-regions of our continent, and before that happens, I'd like to recommend that the plenary should receive the text, adopt it unanimously, and would like to thank Professor Roppel and Arabski for their perseverance in drafting this text, drafting this model law on soil. Thank you very much.
The expert professor technical input take the floor.
Honorable President of the PAP, honorable members of the PAP, in the interest of time, allow me to say all protocol observed. My name is Oliver Ruppel. I'm a professor of law at Stellenbosch University, and it is my great pleasure to speak here today because it also reflects a long-standing working relationship that Stellenbosch University has with the PAP and that my institute has with the PAP. In fact, long-standing relationship since 2017. I would also like to acknowledge the presence of our external partner, Dr. Harald Ginsky from the German Environment Agency, that was instrumental in advising us during this project. With the patronage of the PAP, we have started to investigate the situation on soil protection and management in Africa, and we have done so since the year 2018, as the Honorable Chair has mentioned, in many countries on the African continent. We have undertaken this endeavor with the support of the United Nations Food and Agricultural Organization, with the United Nations Environment Programme, with the African Ministerial Conference of Ministers for the Environment, and with the African Soil Partnership. In cooperation with those organizations, we have managed to design the model law which is before you. We have managed to come up with a toolbox for the domestication and implementation of this model law to contribute to more coordinated soil governance on the African continent. The draft model law on soil was already discussed in several rigorous consultation processes in more than 20 countries on the continent, in different parliaments, in different diplomatic sessions, and also in several sessions with the Pan-African Parliament Committee on Agriculture that has shared its time and wisdom with us in order to make this model law what it is today. The Honorable President said that we know soil on the African continent, and it has a long and important tradition in agriculture, but soils are also in a state that needs to be protected from the impacts of climate change, from the change in urbanization, and from many other challenges of our time, food insecurity on top, demanding a better soil protection scheme that we have tried to put in place. Also, there is limited education and training programs for farmers and extension services on the legislative aspects of soil law. Moreover, in our project, we have tried to incorporate soil data and soil digitalization services that can in future improve the monitoring, implementation of soil legislation once it is in place. The uncertainty over land ownership, especially in communal systems, discourages long-term investment in soil care. Conflicts between traditional and statutory laws still prevail from the colonial days. In many of the investigated countries, there is inadequate regulation of soil services, foreign investments, and land use. And this results in unsustainable land practices and soil degradation. Therefore, the new model law and the commentaries which we have attached that can inform the domestic legislators, and that is before you, has, as I said, served a number of consultative processes and research that we have conducted in many African countries that has contributed to this 800-page detailed legal assessment of soil protection and soil legislation on the African continent. This book was published a few weeks ago and is freely available online for everyone. The country studies that we have conducted in Zambia, in Cameroon, in Kenya, in Morocco, in Burkina Faso, in Madagascar, in Ghana, Namibia, Mozambique, Uganda, and South Africa have contributed to a very thorough understanding of soil protection on the African continent, in the north, south, west, central, east regions, on islands, different linguistic zones, different jurisdictions with different legal history embedded. This is probably the most thorough legal study, and I say that, of course, with all humility, but it is probably the most comprehensive legal study that has been conducted on this continent. So let me briefly introduce this model law, which of course is a technical piece that is designed in a way that it can be domesticated in the different member countries of the African Union. It is not a one-size-fits-all attempt.
Professor, thank you very much. You are doing very well on time. You have some, I think, 13 minutes to go, which is a bit.
How much?
12 hours, you have about 13 minutes, 13
minutes.
13, yeah, no, it's not 13 now, I should change that. Because within that, there is time for debate and responses. So effectively, you have 5 minutes.
I have 5 minutes, okay. So I also trust that the members had the opportunity to look at the translated pieces of the protection law, which is before them. And of course, again, cannot go through the almost 40 articles and the commentaries, which are quite comprehensive. But taking the fact that we have discussed this model law in several phases in consultation with the Committee of Agriculture, and that you have this model law before you, I am, of course, very willing to respond to any questions in that important matter. What I would like to say in conclusion, and I understand that I'm the only barrier between yourselves and lunch, which I have to apologize for, of course, is that the PAP plays a critical role at this point in time. The PAP, as a parliament, and we have investigated the role of the PAP in a chapter in this book, in the protection of this continent. We have investigated the mandate of the PAP. We have investigated the opportunities of the PAP as an organization within the African Union, what the PAP can do in terms of soil protection and contribution to the alleviation of poverty and food insecurity on this continent. And the role of the PAP is significant. I've listened carefully to the discussion around the funding of the PAP, and I see by the means of putting forward such a model law as this one on soil management, plenty of opportunities to attract funding mechanisms that can contribute to more effective agriculture, better soil protection, monitoring, policing, putting in place administrative bodies that can prevent soil degradation, foster the best possible fertilizers, pesticides, in the interest of improving agriculture, making it more sustainable. In fact, the PAP, and particularly the Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture and Natural Resources, have taken on this task, and they play a critical role in protecting soil in a changing climate for Africa. I also would like to inform that with the Food and Agricultural Organization, even other continents have expressed interest in this model law, which could serve as a model, for instance, in India or in some countries in South America as well. In light of this, as set out in Article 17 of the African Union Constitutive Act, the PAP will ensure the full participation of African peoples in the development and economic integration of this continent. In this light, we have partnered up with PAP to make soils more protected. The continent's soils are under pressure, Without fertile, healthy soils, it is difficult to achieve food security and mitigate climate change. And this will severely compromise the people on this continent. And this is why we need to work hard to make this model law on soil an African solution, because Africa is, or it can become, rather, the green lung of the world. It can serve as an enormous carbon sink with spin-offs for the continent and its people, the global community, and the planet. I thank the PAP for taking the lead, and I thank you for your attention. Je vous remercie.
Indeed, je vous remercie. Thank you very much, and thank you for the book. I've been handed a copy of the book, so the Pope is rich. Can we give him another round of applause? We now move to the list for those that have registered to debate. Please, no afterthoughts and say, I'm now registering. If we stick to this list, we'll be going for a lunch at past. The first debate is Honorable Vololombo Ngi Triniana Narendra Mrs. from Madagascar.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for giving me the floor. As regards agriculture, I would simply like to ask if we can consider all our researchers, if we could give value to the research results for Africans, because we are faced with an issue of brain drain, because all our researchers have left for greener pastures to other continents, and they are put up domicile up there. That's why I am asking if we can give value to our researchers so that they can provide research results that we can use here in Africa. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Excellent, both in terms of points and time. Honorable Abdel Salam Hona, Mauritania. Sorry, not in the chamber. Honorable Senator Danson Mungatana.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for giving me the floor. Your Excellency, when we were growing up on the banks of River Tana in Kenya, there were beautiful alluvial soils in those days, and we never had to talk about fertilizers. My father never talked about fertilizers. Those were days when you just plant, we wait for the river to flood, and when the flooding is going down, people just plant, and nobody ever used to talk about fertilizers. Things are different now. Where I represent in the Tana River County, you would find in Bura irrigation scheme, in Hola irrigation scheme, and in many parts of the county, now we have to use fertilizers. And Your Excellency, the reality is that because of the way the climate has taken change, we now have to do irrigation. And irrigation now has to do with fertilizers. Fertilizers means chemicals. And this means we must manage our soils better than we used to in the past. So I want to take the floor to just thank the committee of Agriculture led by Chairman Sakata, the Honorable Sakata, together with the work that has been done through the professionals who have presented here, and want to really say that we need to do something about having a proper model law to guide all African nations. As we speak now in our country, in Kenya, we have a soil management policy which was drafted in 2020, and it deals about how to manage the erosion, how to make sure that chemicals are not overutilized and stuff like that. We also have laws, but these laws are differentiated, giving ministers powers to deal with certain things. So what we need, I think, a very quick development of this model law so that some of our countries can adapt a single place where we have proper management of our soils. I thank you for the work you have done. Please keep it up. And as Parliament, I think we support this effort, and we will pass it, and we hope that it will come to our national parliaments in good time. I thank you, Your Excellency.
Thank you, Honorable Mohamed Sagris, Algeria.
نشكر السيد الرئيس على إتاحة الفرصة للتدخل.
Mr. President, for giving me the floor. I was saying that this law is quite important because it deals with a very important issue for the African peoples. Sustainable management of land or soil means food security. And when we talk about food security, we are talking about the commitment of our freedom, which we seek every day, because food security is fundamental for our sovereignty. All that you want in this report is foreign investment. When we talk about foreign investment, we're talking about companies that have invaded Africa. That is why these companies, that's multinationals, will interfere so that this law should not be promoted. That is why we need laws that can prohibit these companies so that they don't meddle in Africa's issues, especially Africa's food security. But these are companies that only think about their own interest. We in Algeria, we have in our constitution an Article 64, which states that the state protects the soil and the land as a natural resource. Even if these negotiations are done with foreign companies, we have the monopoly to come up with excellent contracts, depending on with very hard laws to protect these lands that are the property of the state. And if the conditions of the contract are not respected, these contracts will be repealed. The protection of arable land has many laws which protect it. The protection of there's so many laws that protect land. Since the 1960s, Algeria has been protecting its land and soil, given the encroachment of the desert in the north. We have come up with a green belt of about 80 kilometers, 1,500 kilometers surface area to protect arable land. And this has led to a lot of positive results. Without certain conditions that Algeria has gone through, it would have gone very far. Algeria has set some objectives in this project to protect arable land for posterity. according to the principles of soil management. We have developed specialized centers for soil and research on soil to the state is doing all its level best to protect soil. It's true that Algeria is a huge country in terms of surface area, but the issue of soil protection is very important. We as members of Parliament, we have to take it very seriously in our respective countries because land and soil is linked to food security. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable. I give the floor to Honorable Senator Professor Margaret Kamal, Mrs. Kenya.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the opportunity. May I start by thanking the committee for a very good report and thank the experts for the proposal that has come in form of the first reading or the first draft. Mr. President, a model law on sustainable soil management in Africa is a very important law for all countries to adopt. This, knowing that sustainable soil management is key for both food security and biodiversity. I happen to belong to that soil science group as a professor of soil science, and I'm so impressed by the details that have been put here. Mr. President, there is one aspect which I was looking for, which I would like the experts to relook at. Soil health is important, is very important for both food security and biodiversity. Biodiversity tells us that soil is actually a living body. And if you don't take care of it as a living body, degradation moves very fast. I know there is a debate on whether land degradation can lead to desertification or not, but we know that land degradation can also lead to the level that you don't produce anything. It becomes inert, and you must input for you to be able to get something. To take care of biodiversity, I want the experts to tell us if they have touched on the chemical pollution of the soil. Because the current development we are going through is releasing a lot of poison to this living body called soil. And if we have that release, the soil degradation we are looking at is not only physical, but also chemical. And if we have to look at that chemical, I want to know whether they are provided for that, because if they have not, then since this is a first draft, they need to really relook at the chemical degradation of the soil, because we are in danger of crop production being done by those who can afford to replace the chemicals, the fertilizers, and to make the soil healthy for purposes of crop production. But we know in Africa, agriculture is for your own subsistence, apart from it being large scale for export crops. You'll find that actually the soil must be protected for anybody to be able to produce any food for their own homes, even for a vegetable garden to take place. So how are they handling the soil health in terms of the chemicals that are being released continuously in the modern industrialization era? Otherwise, as a first draft, I really congratulate them. They have given us very good points that we will all go through and think through even as we progress with this model law. Thank you, committee, and thank you, experts.
Thank you, another professor in the chamber. Honorable, well, the presenters are professors. The MP is also a professor in the same subject. of soil management. That is very humbling. The next debate is Honorable Fashi Bodbik.
فاتح بطبيق. شكرا سيد الرئيس.
Thank you, Mr. President, and also would like to highly thank the chair of the committee and Professor Kata and the professor. And I consider Africa is soil and human. This model law is part and parcel of the protection of Africa from the different challenges. Let us not to forget the climate change and other threats. Protection of soil is part of the food security and sustainability of soil usage for the for the generations to come. I hereby call for drafting a strategy for the protection of the soil in Africa, as well as applying the scientific rules beside information bank about this different types of soils in Africa. Africa is a basket, food basket of all Africa. And I think with this information bank, it will help us in the national governments to prepare for how to protect the soils and in the different policies that we are having. And I really appreciate this model law, which has taken into consideration all the measures from the responsibilities, goals, and objectives for the sake of Africa and the goals of 2026. Besides that, it is also aims at increasing the arable lands in the continent and the best use of the resources for the benefit of the future generation. As Mr. Borras said, in Algeria, we are targeting 1 million hectares to be improved in the desert. We are working in the areas of the different vegetables, as well as watermelons, lemons, and others. It is among the advantages that we have in Africa that we can secure our food. And for this reason, let us cooperate at the different levels to attain the aspirations of the African people. Let us also call for establishing a center for the soil and soil sciences in Africa. We also for the use of the other types of fertilizers that affected the soil. Let us look for the best fertilizers which will help us in building our infrastructure. Let us also not to forget the smart farming and the registration of lands, as well as the statistics and the early warning technologies. Africa is in need of a large program for protecting its soil from the desertification to the other aspects of poisoning the soil. This is an effort that we wanted to continue in Africa. Thank you very much.
Next is Honorable John Bones Bideri, Rwanda.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for giving me the opportunity to make an intervention. At the onset, I want to say I support this initiative to develop a model law on soil management in Africa. And I think it has come at the right time. As we know, the population in Africa is expected to rise to very large numbers. I don't have the exact figures now. And therefore, there will be need for more food for our population. And for us to have enough food, we also need to manage the soil so that the soil we have on the continent can provide us with the right quantity of food and also the right quality of food. So I support this model law. The other issue that I want to talk about is the issue raised by the Honorable Professor on land ownership. We cannot be able to manage the soils if we don't own the land. If you lease the land to somebody for purposes of exploitation, in most cases you will not expect that land to be managed properly. So it's very important that those countries in Africa that have not actually provided title deeds to the landowners, they give it a top priority, because if this model law is in place and land ownership remains in question, then I think it will be very counterproductive. So it's very important that land ownership is taken into consideration as we develop this model law. The other issue that I want to talk about is that Africa is very diverse. The country where I come from, it has a high terrain. We call it a country of 1,000 hills. And we have a very large population, so to the extent that we do not have the luxury of following the land, leaving the land to rest as we wait for the next season. So as we look at this model law, it's very important that we look at the diversity of the continent, so that that diversity in terms of how the land will be utilized, how the land will be, soil will be managed, is also taken into consideration. I also think that the other parts of the continent where the land is mainly arid and semi-arid, so the management of the soils in those kind of situations certainly will be very different. Finally, I want to commend the fact that you have taken into consideration indigenous knowledge in this model law. As we know, most of our smallholder farmers tend to, practice their cultivation using the indigenous knowledge, and therefore, for having taken this into consideration, I think you've really hit at the right button, because majority of land users on the continent are mainly smallholder farmers. So I want to end by saying that I support the initiation of this model law, and I think it's a solution to the soil management in Africa, because as we know, land is a factor of production. So if we manage the land properly and we manage the soil properly, we don't see it being eroded, being degraded. I think we will building a future in which Africa will be able to feed itself. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you. Next to take the floor is Honorable Dr. Baja Lamali, Mrs. of Algeria.
Thank you, Honorable President, for giving me the floor. And also I'd like to thank the chairperson of the committee, Sakatagari, for this excellent presentation. My thanks also to the experts who provided us with this information about the soil sciences. I joined my voice to this model law initiative to secure food for our continent and maintain our sovereignty and security as an African continent. The sustainable management of soil in Africa is one of the vital issues to secure food for the population. Mr. President, we have great challenges that are facing our continents, mainly the erosion, cutting of the forest, deforestation, and the other aspects that our continents are no longer fertile due to the overgrazing, due to over cultivation and the use of chemicals. Another challenge that is facing our continent is the desertification and the drought in the Sahel and Horn of Africa. The fertilizers and other chemicals are also overused, which will definitely affect the soils. There is no policies that can hinder or put end to these harms. For us as parliamentarians, as legislators, we have to support these initiatives to maintain and to protect the sovereignty of Africa. Food security is the most essential issue for us in Africa. My fourth point, Mr. President, is that we need to focus more on the research on the small-scale lands for the farmers, as well as improve the laws on the land ownership and provide green financing for the farmers. We have also regional companies led by the African Union, policies for agricultural development. Mr. President, I call upon using technology as well as taking on board the local communities on board when we are planning for exchanging information in the area of agriculture. The objective is always to maintain sovereignty through agriculture and healthy soil. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable. We now move to Honorable Zanetta Aigeman Rawlings, Ghana.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for the opportunity to contribute to this presentation that was made and to add my voice that I do have my full support given to this model law. Indeed, the soil is key to our nutrition, and the quality of crops has a direct relation to the quality of the soil in which the crops are cultivated. Mr. President, the soil is key to our fight against the devastating effects of climate change, indeed. And as a continent, we have to ensure that as part of this, we've compiled data across the continent, which I'm sure may probably be in the book, but I'm yet to see the report myself. We have to make sure that we are doing a lot of research into our indigenous practices and incorporate these into the core of what we do in terms of our soil preservation. Mr. President, key to this are the sovereignty of our soil, our land, and our seeds, because the two are very closely interconnected. And there are many farmers who have lost access to their lands because they cannot pay back for the loans they took to get some of the seeds which are genetically modified and not of indigenous origin. Mr. President, the importance of our continent having a paradigm shift in how we produce and what we eat is key. Perhaps we need to be looking more at eating more of our own indigenous seeds, which will then mean that we are cultivating a lot more of them as opposed to importing or growing seeds that are foreign to our continent. Mr. President, the preservation of our green zones, our forest reserves, and of course creating buffer zones along our water bodies is also fundamental to this, and I hope that it's captured into our legal framework. If this is a first draft, I hope it does take consideration into this. Mr. President, some of the indigenous practices, such as the cultivation of groundnuts, which restore nitrogen to the soil, and crop rotation, as well as the mixed cropping, may be suitable alternatives to the use of artificial fertilizers, which we know actually reduce the ability of soils to retain nitrogen, would degrade the structure of soils, and of course, in the end, contribute towards greenhouse gases, which then have this vicious cycle that contributes towards the effects of climate change. I believe that if we have the soil when it's healthy, then we have definitely an investment into future generations, as opposed to the destruction of our soil in the interest of finite natural mineral resources. The other thing as well is, as a continent, have we fully mapped out the data on what our arable soil land masses are, in order to make sure that when we're looking at the exploitative industry, we are protecting and preserving some of these very important resources. Because, Mr. President, at some point, gold will not matter, oil will not matter. The only thing that will matter is our access to clean drinking water and food that has nutritional value. And that will be directly related to the quality of soil that we have. And so I hope that as part of this, with respect to the fact that we have so much diversity across the continent in terms of quality of soil, how can we factor this into the African Continental Free Trade Agreement to make sure that there's some level of equity in terms of those who may have their jurisdictions in arid areas compared to others who have lush vegetation because of the soil that they have, so that different countries on the continent that are less fortunate in terms of their access to good quality soil can benefit as part of some agreement on the continent, so that the people of this continent actually can benefit from the rich resource that we have. And soil is one of the most precious ones, which will go forward generations after gold is diminished, after oil is also depleted. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for the opportunity.
Is Honorable Esther Passaris in the chamber?
Yes, Mr. President, thank you. I am here.
Okay, thank you for the fast recovery.
Thank you. Honorable President, I'm a member of the committee and I'm really proud of the work that we've done and the time we've given to the first draft of the model law for sustainable soil management in Africa. I want to thank all the partners that have made this possible, and especially Professor Olivier Ruppel, the director, for everything that he's done and all the steps that he's taken us through. I believe that as a continent, we need healthy soil as the foundation for food security, climate resilience, sustainable development. Yet across the continent, unplanned land use, urban sprawls, mining and deforestation are depleting this very vital resource, threatening both our livelihoods and our ecosystems. What we need to do is figure out and use this study in our respective countries to restore soil fertility and productivity, prevent further land degradation and uncontrolled land grabbing, and protect agricultural land from unsustainable urbanization and extractive industries. What makes this law uniquely African is its recognition of indigenous knowledge, traditional practices, and the role of community leaders in soil stewardship. It aligns these with modern science and global best practices to create comprehensive approach to sustainable soil management. Colleagues, if we lose our soil, we lose our ability to feed our people, to combat climate change, and to secure our economies. This law calls on all member states to prioritize governance as a cross-cutting issue linking agriculture, water management, energy, and environmental protection. I strongly urge this Parliament to adopt and champion this framework so that Africa can protect its soil wealth for present and future generations. That is what we owe for the Africa we want. Thank you.
Last but not the least, Honorable Frank Ghana.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and I know you don't have time. First of all, let me commend the committee leadership and the good Prof, who I see that he's attempted to encapsulate the Brundtland's Commission provision. And Prof, I want to commend you highly, posturing into the future and how the environment should be handled. However, I struggle to find how provisions has been made for consultation with farmers. I appreciate farmers are basic variables in these matters, and I would have wished that there would be more consultation with farmers. This is not to take anything away from you, Prof, but I think that our farmers are so important variables that we cannot leave out in the consultation in the scheme of things. Now that we have been invited to support for the adoption of this report and ultimately a resolution to be adopted, may I suggest that we cannot have a better model law on soil fertility without looking at the spatial planning of land. That is so important, and I hope it can find expression in the model law. Again, we must consciously distinguish between the allocation of farming land from estate. And for a long time, this has come up as a strong concern all across the continent. And I hope it will find expression. Now, the uses of agrochemicals and its variabilities in terms of its impact on soil. The other speaker spoke to it, how they've lived at the bank of a river without necessarily making good use of fertilizer, and yet they've harvested good harvests. Water conservation should be an important consideration because of the interface with soil and maintenance of the fertility of the soil. And so we must find a balance also in commercial farming and organic farming. More often than not, when we resort to commercial farming, then the usage of fertilizer comes in its wake because of the tonnage of productivity and the scale in terms of the hectares of farm land area that is cultivated. And we tend to yield to the usage of agrochemicals and staying away from organics. And I think this will come up as a very important matter. Yes, to conserve land, then we should also look at carbon sequestration. And we have an advantage. Soil all over Africa is fertile. Mr. President, Israel, I'm told they are able to break rocks and plant on the rocks, and it germinates. They do succeed, and they come out with bumper harvest. Africa is credited with generally fertile land, and so we must plant more trees, yes, to sequestrate absorption of carbon unnecessarily that is in the atmosphere, carbon and methane, because they interface on the soil vegetation. Now, China is, Mr. President, is turning the desert into arable land, and the huge vegetation is coming out of that. We can buy some lessons from there and appreciate how we can do it best. In Indonesia, for instance, every graduate is taxed to plant a number of trees in his or her area before you are even, I'm told, before you are even given your certificate. That is important. It's the real essence of life. And so these will be my observations. And Prof, I heard you when you speak to carbon sink. Carbon sink comes in its wake a lot of opportunities for Africa. And our challenges has been the capacity. We don't have the capacity to be able to buy into this carbon exchange narrative at the international level. So whilst we seek to build the conservation, conserve our soil resources and fertility, we should also be building our capacity across the internet. Then we can have more resource person, expert who can profess good solution in dealing with this. So these will be my harmless suggestions, and I hope that we can take it into good stride. And let me conclude on what my good friend, the Honorable Ezaneto, I hope I got that, Ezaneto, Dr. Ezaneto, when she mentioned groundnuts. And Mr. President, it has always been something that is lost on us because of what we call azotobacter bacteria that is found in groundnut, in fixing nitrogen. And it is not limited to only groundnut, even tree crops. And our farmers are so gifted that they are able to identify the tree crops that comes in fixing this nitrogen. And let's not underrate these wisdom of our farmers and consult them well in giving finality to this model law. Mr. President, thank you.
Mr. President, 1 minute.
Thank you. Thank you. We are sitting now at 2 o'clock, 1400 hours. We are supposed to be back from the chamber now, but we have an exit for lunch. So exited for lunch. Those that are responding, I expect them 1 minute each, because there is nothing new. Honorable Sakata.
Merci, Honorable Président. Je remercie tous les intervenants qui ont...
Thank you, Honorable President. I'd like to thank all the speakers who helped to propose very relevant amendments. But I'd like to say that the draft law is focused on Africa and on Africa's interests. And when I heard most of the comments, I realized that most of these comments are actually founded. But we need to establish a difference between the law on soil management and the law on food security on the one hand, and on the other, on the law on climate. We also have laws on agriculture and laws on land as well. So soil management can, bring together all these aspects, but we're looking at this specificity of this model law, which concerns only the soil and which relates to other factors. So we have received all these comments kindly, and if I understood well, most of the answers, unfortunately, the text was only distributed today, and most all comments have their answers in the report itself. So especially on the part under soil, sustainable soil management, others on the use of chemical fertilizers. So I'd like to put myself here with regard to the law between soil management and other sectoral laws. I'd like to specifically thank Honorable Senator for her intervention, which was very relevant, in my opinion, just like the other interventions. So thank you, Honorable President.
Thank you, Professor. Professor Ruppel.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you very much to all the interventions and the positive reception of our humble work. I see from the comments that we come in a timely moment with our law, and I see a lot of competence in this House, even with the professor and soil scientist, and with very learned comments that fortunately respond to most of what we have addressed, if not all, in our work. And I would like to specifically respond to the honorable member from Ghana that we have fortunately had the opportunity to cooperate closely with the African Soil Partnership, where thousands of farmers are actually members too, and where we had national consultations in almost 20 countries with farmers on various occasions, so that, yes, we have really consulted and not only the large-scale farmers, but also the small-scale farmers and the people that depend on soil for their livelihoods, and we have tried to accommodate their wisdom in our soil legislation efforts. And with regards to the question from the honorable professor on the chemical aspect, we have one of the most prominent soil law experts in the world here with us, which is Dr. Harald Ginsky from the German Environment Agency, and he explicitly addressed this issue on chemicals in one article, and I would, would like to request the President if Dr. Ginsky can quickly respond to this question. Thank you very much.
Very much, Dr. Harold Ginsky, take the floor.
Thank you, Honorable President. It's really my pleasure and my honor to be allowed to speak in this chamber. It's my pleasure to have been working on this topic on soil management in Africa now for many, many years, together with my dear colleague Oliver Ruppel, and listen to the intervention of all the honorable members of this parliament. It was really a pleasure to hear the very supportive recognition of this, what we have done over the last years. I would like to make one point at the beginning. I have worked on several legislative processes in Germany, Europe, international level. And this, what we have worked out, is both really a modern approach, because it's so broad in its scope of application and topics which it takes into account, and at the same time, it's flexible enough for national adaptation. This was our thinking, that we need to submit something to the parliament which could be adapted at the national level, and I think it's doable. Concerning the interventions, the first point is, I think the law is, for example, you can call it modern due to its Article 3, which says, the model law shall apply to all forms of soil degradation, including contamination. Then we have a definition under Article 4 on soil degradation, which mentions all the forms of degradation. So that's so also contamination is taken into account. This was the point made by the honorable colleague from Kenya. And further provisions in this model law also addresses the question how to avoid any future degradation of soils. 3 additional points, very briefly. It was mentioned that research is of utmost importance, the available of data, and we have addressed that in part, let me see, part 4, soil data monitoring and innovation. So in this part, this question of having sufficient scientific information available is addressed. Using also, and this is mentioned in Article 21, digitalization and sustainable soil management. Another point which was raised by the colleague of honorable member from Ghana was spatial planning and public participation. Both aspects are also already included in the law, and of course we can have a look whether we can improve the model law, but it's already addressed in the model law. Finally, I was really impressed by some statements which I have heard today. Africa is humans and soils. And another statement was soil protection is an investment into the future of Africa. And I can not more doing it, fully supporting these statements. And this was the spirit which underlies the work of the two of us, but also of the team of experts which have worked on this model law for the last years. Many thanks.
Many, many thanks, and can we give them the loudest applause and ask them that in their good research excellent, the point is, if we commercialize the whole country, there are so many risks with regard to the poor owning any land at all. A few class of rich people may own all the land in a country. So we have to be careful as to what extent we commercialize all the land, and we issue title deeds for every piece of land in the country. And we know the consequences. Some poor people may dispose of their land, even prejudicing the whole family in the future. And 90% or 99% could be owned by only the rich people because they can afford to buy the land on auction, because the poor person maybe got a loan for agriculture and then there was drought. They couldn't get good returns to pay back the loan, and most of the land will be taken by banks and some individuals. So whilst I agree that investment requires title deeds, but there's a group of the population that requires a bit of protection from the possible vagaries of capitalism. We break for lunch now. We come back at 3 o'clock.
Adoption, President.
Sorry?
Adoption.
Sorry. Fortunately, you are here. You remind me of the adoption. Can we adopt this good report on soil management? Yes, proposer seconder. I see proposer, write and name, everybody seconding. And proposing and seconding. Thank you very much. Thank you for your patience. We go for lunch. We come back at exactly 3 o'clock on other issues. It's only this one.
of the Pan-African Parliament from Algeria, Angola, Cameroon, Cape Verde, Comoros, Liberia, Malawi, Namibia, and Nigeria were sworn in during the 5th ordinary session of the 6th Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament and shared their expectations.
Une Afrique qui s'impose un petit peu dans tous les domaines est une nécessité impérieuse pour l'archipel des Comores. Nous espérons que le Parlement panafricain, l'UIA, l'Union africaine, pourront défendre et incarner les valeurs de l'Afrique de demain, l'Afrique moderne.
My expectations here at PAP is to really get involved and push for the Africa Free Trade Continental area, because I think that is a very important area for the growth of the continent, but also translates to the growth of Namibia. Also, I'm very interested in the theme of this year, which is reparations, because I'm also a descendant of the Nama-Herero genocide descendants, so that is an area of interest for me. But also looking forward to the presentations in terms of AI, presentations in terms of G20, in terms of the trade tariffs and so on.
I want to learn from the experienced parliamentarians that is already here in the Pan-African.
Et c'est toute une fierté de participer à cette séance. C'est un honneur pour notre pays de participer aux séances de réflexion sur le développement de notre continent. Et bien sûr, nous, dans notre délégation, je suis la femme pour représenter le genre de toute évidence.
To grow in the simplicity of our nature as Africans, and to be able to be better than yesterday, to live the values that are so enshrined in our African tradition and to the true spirit of the Ubuntu spirit. I think we have not reached that spirit that the previous generation has nurtured of at least liberating Africa and to see each other as one. One of the things that we need to move forward is to try and think about a universal language for Africans.
شرف لي ولبلدي أن أكون ضمن هذه المؤسسة العريقة. شغلت منصب أستاذ في العلاقات الدولية، ثم عينت في سنة 2022 ضمن الثلث الرئاسي في مجلس الأمة، وهي الغرفة الثانية في البرلمان الجزائري، وأنا الآن ضمن الوفد الجزائري الممثل لبلدي في البرلمان الإفريقي.
Je suis l'honorable Mariam Dao Gabala, sénateur de la République de Côte d'Ivoire et présidente de la Commission de l'égalité en genre, de la famille, de la jeunesse et des personnes handicapées qui préside cette réunion. Cette réunion est une réunion technique de relecture du premier draft de la loi type sur l'égalité en genre en Afrique. C'est une loi qui pour nous est importante parce qu'elle doit permettre à nos États d'avoir un cadre légal pour accélérer l'égalité en genre, mais aussi pour nous permettre d'arriver aux aspirations de l'agenda 2063 de l'Union africaine.
My name is
Honorable Victoria Kingston. I'm from Malawi. I'm the member of the Gender Committee, also the second Vice President of the Women Caucus of the Pan-African Parliament. We are here in Pretoria looking at the gender law. Indeed, this is an eye-opener, and I'm honored to be part of the members who are operating this law. It's a law which is going to assist and help all women, starting from the birth. Women should have equal access to hospital, to schools, in workplace. And this law is also protecting girls as well.
The Peace and Security Council, PSC, of the African Union, AU, and the Pan-African Parliament, PAP, held a consultative meeting from 17 to 18 July 2025 in Midrand, South Africa, at the headquarters of the Pan-African Parliament, under the theme, Enhancing Institutional Synergy and Collaboration for Sustainable Peace and Security in Africa.
We are in this room to discuss, to exchange, to engage, to interrogate issues of peace and security on this continent.
The continent is faced with multiplicity of threats, including but not limited to terrorism and violent extremism, climate change, unconstitutional changes of government, intra and interstate conflicts, transnational organized crimes, and cyber crimes.
External interference has never been higher in many of our conflicts. Our major partners are shifting from support to humanitarian relief to the highest defense spending in history.
As we enter the second year of the second 10-year implementation plan of the Agenda 2063, one wonders if we would make gains in terms of addressing some of the peace and security challenges in ensuring that we have a peaceful and secure Africa, as exposed by Aspiration 4 of the Africa we want.
Aspiration 4 of Agenda 2063 is a peaceful and secure Africa. This aspiration aims to achieve a continent free from armed conflict, terrorism, extremism, intolerance, and gender-based violence, with entrenched human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. It envisions a continent where mechanisms for conflict, prevention, and resolution are functional at all levels, and where a culture of peace and tolerance is nurtured.
The inclusive political leadership, diplomacy, and technical expertise can move this continent further than we think within the framework of AU Agenda 2063.
At the end of the second day joint consultative meeting, some of the resolutions agreed upon include the need to embrace African solutions to African problems, with the AU and member states leading to ensure ownership, use of local resources, and homegrown solutions. Stressed greater inclusion of the youth and women in conflict resolution, development, and economic empowerment programs. Called for stronger synergy between PAP and PSC through joint actions to promote democratic norms and improve governance. Urged PAP to build stronger links with national contingencies to support peace and security. Highlighted the importance of constitutionalism, separation of powers, and the rule of law. Encouraged joint PAP and PSC efforts to safeguard them. Called on PAP to join PSC in advocating for global institutional reform, including more representation in the UN Security Council. Aligned with the Ezulweni Consensus, Third Declaration, and African Common Positions on Financial Reform.
But the most important thing is that the work is commencing now.
I think the lessons that we have learned, one is that organs can work together within the AU. That we have to make an effort to eliminate silos. And that's what we've achieved.
"20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991 with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirte Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirte Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27th June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the Protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once in force will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the CERT protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À cet effet, je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique côté des gouvernements africains, car l'enjeu n'est plus technique, mais politique. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires que nous sommes à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vive le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on the challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our old strategic thrust. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenges.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU Shared Values Instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward.
the Pan-African Parliament from Algeria, Angola, Cameroon, Cape Verde, Comoros, Liberia, Malawi, Namibia, and Nigeria were sworn in during the 5th ordinary session of the 6th Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament and shared their expectations.
Une Afrique qui s'impose un petit peu dans tous les domaines est une nécessité impérieuse pour l'archipel des Comores. Nous espérons que le Parlement panafricain, l'UIA, l'Union africaine, pourront défendre et incarner les valeurs de l'Afrique de demain, l'Afrique moderne.
My expectations here at PAP is to really get involved and push for the Africa Free Trade Continental Area, because I think that is a very important area for the growth of the continent, but also translates to the growth of Namibia. Also, I'm very interested in the theme of this year, which is reparations, because I'm also a descendant of the Nama-Herero genocide descendants, so that is an area of interest for me. But also looking forward to the presentations in terms of AI, presentations in terms of G20, in terms of the trade tariffs and so on.
I want to learn from the experienced parliamentarians that is already here in the Pan-African.
Et c'est toute une fierté de participer à cette séance. C'est un honneur pour notre pays de participer aux séances de réflexion sur le développement de notre continent. Et bien sûr, nous, dans notre délégation, je suis la femme pour représenter le genre de toute évidence.
To grow in the simplicity of our nature as Africans, and to be able to be better than yesterday, to live the values that are so enshrined in our African tradition and to the true spirit of the Ubuntu spirit. I think we have not reached that spirit that the previous generation has nurtured of at least liberating Africa and to see each other as one. One of the things that we need to move forward is to try and think about a universal language for Africans.
شرف لي ولبلدي أن أكون ضمن هذه المؤسسة العريقة. شغلت منصب أستاذ في العلاقات الدولية، ثم عينت في سنة 2022 ضمن الثلث الرئاسي في مجلس الأمة، وهي الغرفة الثانية في البرلمان الجزائري، وأنا الآن ضمن الوفد الجزائري الممثل لبلدي في البرلمان الإفريقي.
Je suis l'honorable Mariam Dao Gabala, sénateur de la République de Côte d'Ivoire et présidente de la Commission de l'égalité en genre, de la famille, de la jeunesse et des personnes handicapées qui préside cette réunion. Cette réunion est une réunion technique de relecture du premier draft de la loi type sur l'égalité en genre en Afrique. C'est une loi qui pour nous est importante parce qu'elle doit permettre à nos États d'avoir un cadre légal pour accélérer l'égalité en genre, mais aussi pour nous permettre d'arriver aux aspirations de l'agenda 2063 de l'Union africaine.
My name is Honorable Victoria Kingston. I'm from Malawi. I'm the member of the Gender Committee, also the second Vice President of the Women Caucus of the Pan-African Parliament. We are here in Pretoria looking at the gender law. Indeed, this is an eye-opener, and I'm honored to be part of the members who are operating this law. It's a law which is going to assist and help all women, starting from the birth. Women should have equal access to hospital, to schools, in workplace. And this law is also protecting girls as well.
The Peace and Security Council, PSC, of the African Union, AU, and the Pan-African Parliament, PAP, held a consultative meeting from 17 to 18 July 2025 in Midrand, South Africa, at the headquarters of the Pan-African Parliament, under the theme, Enhancing Institutional Synergy and Collaboration for Sustainable Peace and Security in Africa.
We are in this room to discuss, to exchange, to engage, to interrogate issues of peace and security on this continent.
The continent is faced with multiplicity of threats, including but not limited to terrorism and violent extremism, climate change, and constitutional changes of government, intra and interstate conflicts, transnational organized crimes, and cyber crimes.
External interference has never been higher in many of our conflicts. Our major partners are shifting from support to humanitarian relief to the highest defense spending in history.
As we enter the second year of the second 10-year implementation plan of the Agenda 2063, one wonders if we would make gains in terms of addressing some of the peace and security challenges in ensuring that we have a peaceful and secure Africa, as exposed by Aspiration 4 of the Africa we want.
Aspiration 4 of Agenda 2063 is a peaceful and secure Africa. This aspiration aims to achieve a continent free from armed conflict, terrorism, extremism, intolerance, and gender-based violence, with entrenched human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. It envisions a continent where mechanisms for conflict, prevention, and resolution are functional at all levels, and where a culture of peace and tolerance is nurtured.
The inclusive political leadership, diplomacy, and technical expertise can move this continent further than we think within the framework of AU Agenda 2063.
At the end of the second day joint consultative meeting, some of the resolutions agreed upon include the need to embrace African solutions to African problems, with the AU and member states leading to ensure ownership, use of local resources, and homegrown solutions. Stressed greater inclusion of the youth and women in conflict resolution, development, and economic empowerment programs. Called for stronger synergy between PAP and PSC to joint actions to promote democratic norms and improve governance. Urged PAP to build stronger links with national contingencies to support peace and security. Highlighted the importance of constitutionalism, separation of powers, and the rule of law. Encouraged joint PAP and PSC efforts to safeguard them. Called on PAP to join PSC in advocating for global institutional reform, including more representation in the UN Security Council. Aligned with the Ezulweni Consensus, Third Declaration, and African Common Positions on Financial Reform.
But the most important thing is that the work is commencing now.
I think the lessons that we have learned, one is that organs can work together within the AU. That we have to make an effort to eliminate silos. And that's what we've achieved.
"20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991 with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirte Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirte Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27th June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the Protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once enforced will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the CERT protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À cet effet, je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique côté des gouvernements africains, car l'enjeu n'est plus technique, mais politique. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires que nous sommes à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vive le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on the challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our old strategic thrust. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenges.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU Shared Values Instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward.
Je suis l'honorable Mariam Dao Gabala, sénateur de la République de Côte d'Ivoire et présidente de la Commission de l'égalité en genre, de la famille, de la jeunesse et des personnes handicapées qui préside cette réunion. Cette réunion est une réunion technique de relecture du premier draft de la loi type sur l'égalité en genre en Afrique. C'est une loi qui pour nous est importante parce qu'elle doit permettre à nos États d'avoir un cadre légal pour accélérer l'égalité en genre, mais aussi pour nous permettre d'arriver aux aspirations de l'agenda 2063 de l'Union africaine.
My name is Honorable Victoria Kingston. I'm from Malawi. I'm the member of the Gender Committee, also the second Vice President of the Women Caucus of the Pan-African Parliament. We are here in Pretoria looking at the gender law. Indeed, this is an eye-opener, and I'm honored to be part of the members who are observing this law. It's a law which is going to assist and help all women, starting from the birth. Women should have equal access to hospital, to schools, in workplace. And this law is also protecting girls as well.
Peace and Security Council, PSC, of the African Union, AU, and the Pan-African Parliament, PAP, held a consultative meeting from 17 to 18 July 2025 in Midrand, South Africa, at the headquarters of the Pan-African Parliament, under the theme, Enhancing Institutional Synergy and Collaboration for Sustainable Peace and Security in Africa.
We are in this room to discuss, to exchange, to engage, to interrogate issues of peace and security on this continent.
The continent is faced with a multiplicity of threats, including but not limited to terrorism and violent extremism, climate change, and constitutional changes of government, intra and interstate conflicts, transnational organized crimes, and cyber crimes.
External interference has never been higher in many of our conflicts. Our major partners are shifting from support to humanitarian relief to the highest defense spending in history.
As we enter the second year of the second 10-year implementation plan of the Agenda 2063, one wonders if we would make gains in terms of addressing some of the peace and security challenges in ensuring that we have a peaceful and secure Africa, as exposed by Aspiration 4 of the Africa we want.
Aspiration 4 of Agenda 2063 is a peaceful and secure Africa. This aspiration aims to achieve a continent free from armed conflict, terrorism, extremism, intolerance, and gender-based violence, with entrenched human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. It envisions a continent where mechanisms for conflict, prevention, and resolution are functional at all levels, and where a culture of peace and tolerance is nurtured.
The inclusive political leadership, diplomacy, and technical expertise can move this continent further than we think within the framework of AU Agenda 2063.
At the end of the second day joint consultative meeting, some of the resolutions agreed upon include the need to embrace African solutions to African problems, with the AU and member states leading to ensure ownership, use of local resources, and homegrown solutions. Stressed greater inclusion of the youth and women in conflict resolution, development, and economic empowerment programs. Called for stronger synergy between PAP and PSC to joint actions to promote democratic norms and improve governance. Urged PAP to build stronger links with national contingencies to support peace and security. Highlighted the importance of constitutionalism, separation of powers, and the rule of law. Encouraged joint PAP and PSC efforts to safeguard them. Called on PAP to join PSC in advocating for global institutional reform, including more representation in the UN Security Council. Aligned with the Ezulweni Consensus, Third Declaration, and African Common Positions on Financial Reform.
But the most important thing is that the work is commencing now.
I think the lessons that we have learned, one is that organs can work together within the AU. That we have to make an effort to eliminate silos. And that's what we've achieved.
"20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone, and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991 with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirte Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirte Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27th June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the Protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once in force will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the Sirte Protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À cet effet, je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique côté des gouvernements africains, car l'enjeu n'est plus technique, mais politique. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires que nous sommes à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vive le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our old strategic thrust. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenges.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU Shared Values Instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration.
Of the Pan-African Parliament from Algeria, Angola, Cameroon, Cape Verde, Comoros, Liberia, Malawi, Namibia, and Nigeria were sworn in during the 5th ordinary session of the 6th Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament and shared their expectations.
Une Afrique qui s'impose un petit peu dans tous les domaines est une nécessité impérieuse pour l'archipel des Comores. Nous espérons que le Parlement panafricain, l'UIA, l'Union africaine, pourront défendre et incarner les valeurs de l'Afrique de demain, l'Afrique moderne.
My expectations here at PAP is to really get involved and push for the Africa Free Trade Continental area, because I think that is a very important area for the growth of the continent, but also translates to the growth of Namibia. Also, I'm very interested in the theme of this year, which is reparations, because I'm also a descendant of the Nama Herero genocide descendants, so that is an area of interest for me. But also looking forward to the presentations in terms of AI, presentations in terms of G20, in terms of the trade tariffs and so on.
I want to learn from the experienced parliamentarians that is already here in the Pan-African.
Et c'est toute une fierté de participer à cette séance. C'est un honneur pour notre pays de participer aux séances de réflexion sur le développement de notre continent. Et bien sûr, nous, dans notre délégation, je suis la femme pour représenter le genre de toute évidence.
To grow in the simplicity of our nature as Africans, and to be able to be better than yesterday, to live the values that are so enshrined in our African tradition and to the true spirit of the Ubuntu spirit. I think we have not reached that spirit that the previous generation has nurtured of at least liberating Africa and to see each other as one. One of the things that we need to move forward is to try and think about a universal language for Africans.
شرف لي ولبلدي أن أكون ضمن هذه المؤسسة العريقة. شغلت منصب أستاذ في العلاقات الدولية، ثم عينت في سنة 2022 ضمن الثلث الرئاسي في مجلس الأمة، وهي الغرفة الثانية في البرلمان الجزائري، وأنا الآن ضمن الوفد الجزائري الممثل لبلدي في البرلمان الإفريقي.
Je suis l'honorable Mariam Dao Gabala, sénateur de la République de Côte d'Ivoire et présidente de la Commission de l'égalité en genre, de la famille, de la jeunesse et des personnes handicapées. qui préside cette réunion. Cette réunion est une réunion technique de relecture du premier draft de la loi type sur l'égalité en genre en Afrique. C'est une loi qui pour nous est importante parce qu'elle doit permettre à nos États d'avoir un cadre légal pour accélérer l'égalité en genre, mais aussi pour nous permettre d'arriver aux aspirations de l'agenda 2063 de l'Union africaine.
My name is Honorable Victoria Kingston. I'm from Malawi. I'm the member of the Gender Committee, also the second Vice President of the Women Caucus of the Pan-African Parliament. We are here in Pretoria looking at the gender law. Indeed, this is an eye-opener, and I'm honored to be part of the members who are operating this law. It's a law which is going to assist and help all women, starting from the birth. Women should have equal access to hospitals, to schools, in workplace. And this law is also protecting girls as well.
Of the Pan-African Parliament from Algeria, Angola, Cameroon, Cape Verde, Comoros, Liberia, Malawi, Namibia, and Nigeria were sworn in during the 5th ordinary session of the 6th Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament and shared their expectations.
Une Afrique qui s'impose un petit peu dans tous les domaines est une nécessité impérieuse pour l'archipel des Comores. Nous espérons que le Parlement panafricain, l'UIA, l'Union africaine, pourront défendre et incarner les valeurs de l'Afrique de demain, l'Afrique moderne.
My expectations here at PAP is to really get involved and push for the Africa Free Trade Continental area, because I think that is a very important area for the growth of the continent, but also translates to the growth of Namibia. Also, I'm very interested in the theme of this year, which is reparations, because I'm also a descendant of the Nama-Herero genocide descendants, so that is an area of interest for me. But also looking forward to the presentations in terms of AI, presentations in terms of G20, in terms of the trade tariffs and so on.
I want to learn from the experienced parliamentarians that is already here in the Pan-African.
Et c'est toute une fierté de participer à cette séance. C'est un honneur pour notre pays de participer aux séances de réflexion sur le développement de notre continent. Et bien sûr, nous, dans notre délégation, je suis la femme pour représenter le genre de toute évidence.
To grow in the simplicity of our nature as Africans, and to be able to be better than yesterday, to live the values that are so enshrined in our African tradition and to the true spirit of the Ubuntu spirit. I think we have not reached that spirit that the previous generation has nurtured of at least liberating Africa and to see each other as one. One of the things that we need to move forward is to try and think about a universal language for Africans.
شرف لي ولبلدي أن أكون ضمن هذه المؤسسة العريقة. شغلت منصب أستاذ في العلاقات الدولية، ثم عينت في سنة 2022 ضمن الثلث الرئاسي في مجلس الأمة، وهي الغرفة الثانية في البرلمان الجزائري. وأنا الآن ضمن الوفد الجزائري الممثل لبلدي في البرلمان الإفريقي.
Honorable members, Honorable Vice President,
be seated, honorable members. Gali. Good afternoon, honorable members. In the chamber, I can see a few members, but still we need to proceed as it doesn't need quorum. At this stage, may I ask the Clerk of Parliament to announce the business of our proceedings.
Merci, Honorable President.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The agenda calls for presentation and debate on the report of the African Forum on Youth Affairs, Good Governance, and the work of the youth in the 21st century.
Une présentation du caucus des jeunes.
Presentation from the Youth Caucus.
Saho.
The President is not in the chamber. Honorable members, our presenter is coming 2 minutes away from the chamber. May I seek for your indulgence to wait for him? Yes, Honorable Sampa.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Who we are waiting for, I just wanted to...
Sorry, Honorable Member, may you stand and speak?
Thank you, Honorable Vice President. What I do know on behalf of CAPA is that we still have deliberations to make. We have been sitting since morning, and we have submitted that we report tomorrow. So our report is not yet finalized, and we have been working on it until 15 minutes ago. So the report will be presented tomorrow. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. That one is quite in order. It will be handled tomorrow. You will make presentation tomorrow. Today, the item on this agenda is not on CAPA. I thank you.
the law on gender parity.
May we move to the next item of the agenda, which is a report of African, on the gender. Maybe the chairperson of the Committee on Gender is in chamber.
She's coming.
Unfortunately, she's here.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, it is with humility and great honor that I present this very important document on behalf of the Chair of the Committee on Gender, Family, Youth, and Persons with Disability, Mrs. Mariam Dao Gabala. Mr. President, colleagues, I will be pleased to take you through. I will start with the introduction. Introduction. In a bid to promote the domestication and implementation of those international and continental frameworks relating to the rights of women, the Pan-African Parliament adopted in June 2024 a legal and policy framework to guide the contents and scope of the model law on gender, equality, and equity, which the PAP resolved to develop at the second session of its sixth Parliament. The model law is intended as a soft law instrument that member states of the African Union can use or adopt to improve their legal, institutional, and regulatory frameworks pertaining to gender, equality, and equity, in line with the relevant AU legal and policy instruments. Mr. President, the Maputo Protocol, adopted 2 decades ago, stands as one of Africa's most progressive legal instruments aimed at promoting the rights of women and ensuring gender equality across the continent. Despite its impressive provisions and aspirations, the lack of universal ratification by member states has limited its effectiveness. As of now, many countries have yet to ratify the protocol, and even among those that have, full implementation remains a significant challenge. This lack of universal ratification and widespread commitment undermines the protocol's potential to drive transformative change in the lives of African women. I will take you through the objectives. The objectives of the model law are to facilitate and promote the full and equal participation of all persons in social and economic developments and measures to eradicate gender-based discrimination. 2, to establish or strengthen national coordination committees on gender equality and equity, ensuring effective representation of all persons, including women and girls, as well as their organizations. 3, to provide a tool to guide and review and amend, to guide the review and amendment of existing national laws and policies on gender equality and equity, in compliance with their international, regional, and sub-regional legal obligations. 4, to provide a tool for advocacy, benchmarking, and advancement of full and equal enjoyment of human rights and fundamental freedoms by all persons. The structure of the model law. The draft model law on gender equality and equity is structured into thematic chapters, each comprising a series of proposed articles that outline specific principles, rights, and obligations aimed at promoting gender equality and equity across member states. These chapters are preceded by a preamble, which sets out the fundamental values, objectives, and guiding principles of the model law, serving as a critical reference point for its interpretation as well as its implementation. The preamble. The preamble of the Model Law on Gender, Equality and Equity establishes the legal, moral, and political foundation upon which the entire instrument is built. It reaffirms the commitment of member states to uphold the principles of human dignity, equality, freedom, justice, and solidarity as enshrined in international, continental, and national legal instruments. It acknowledges the historical and structural inequalities that have contributed to the marginalization of women and girls and recognizes the need for deliberate and sustained efforts to dismantle discriminatory systems and practices. The preamble also emphasizes the importance of gender equality not only as a human rights imperative, but also as a prerequisite for sustainable development, peace, and social cohesion. It highlights the obligations of states to adopt legislative policy and instrumental measures that promote and protect gender equity and justice on the regional and international framework, such as the Protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, on the Rights of Women in Africa, also known as the Maputo Protocol, the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, the CEDAW, and the Sustainable Development Goals. Serving as both a moral compass and imperative guide, the preamble sets the tone for the chapters and articles that follow, providing clarity on the law's intent and scope. It reflects a shared vision for a continent where all people, regardless of their gender, can enjoy full equality, protection, and opportunity in every sphere of life that sets out the fundamental values, objectives, and guiding principles. It also underscores the importance of gender equality and equity as fundamental human rights and serves as a reference point for interpreting the law's provisions. Part 1 is made up of the preliminary provisions. Part 2, equality and non-discrimination. Part 3, equal protection and access to justice. Part 4, political participation. Part 5, measures for the promotion and advancement of equal opportunities. And Part 6, labor and employment. Part 8 looks at combating violence, exploitation, and harmful practices. And Part 9 deals with health and reproductive rights. Part 10 deals with obstetric violence, humanitarian situations, and maternal mortality. Part 11 deals with equality in marriage and life, and Part 12 deals with gender equality and equity in conflict and post-conflict situations. Part 13 deals with gender equality and equity in the digital sphere, and Part 13, equity and equality in environmental and climate change, resilience, mitigation, adaptation, and access to new technologies. And Part 14 deals with the protection of specific vulnerable minority and marginalized groups. Part 15 deals with the implementation, coordination, and monitoring. And Part 16 deals with the miscellaneous provisions. And to conclude, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, several women, girls, youths continue to face discrimination and other barriers that restrict them from fully participating in social, political, and economic life on an equal basis with others. And this, despite the efforts made by the African Union member states to advance gender equality in line with their constitutional, regional, and international instruments. In proposing this model law on gender equality and equity, the Pan-African Parliament will provide the African Union member states with a comprehensive and harmonized continental legislative framework to support the promotion and respect of gender equality and equity, and will make significant contribution to redressing the inequality between men and women, and to promote their participation in the civil, political, economic, social, and cultural spheres at both national and international levels, as well as support parliamentary advocacy and engagement for the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women. Following consideration of the draft model law by this plenary, it is anticipated that its adoption will open doors for regional consultations for the model law to garner further inputs from citizens, civil society, and other relevant stakeholders of the continent before it is brought back to this very plenary for final adoption. On behalf of the Committee on Gender, Family, and Youth, the people and people with disability, I hereby submit the draft model law on gender equality and equity for your kind consideration. Your adoption of this precious legal instrument would mark a huge step towards greater gender equality and equity in Africa, in line with the Africa we want. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Honorable members, may we give her as a round of applause, please. I have a long list of speakers. Yeah. Now I give floor to Honorable Danson Mungatana from Kenya. You have the floor.
Honorable President, I want to thank you. Ninakupatia asante. I want to thank you. For this model law that we are using in order to advance the rights of women and to ensure that there is equality in the continent of Africa. Let me take this opportunity, Chair, for the committee and for the exemplary work that they used since they sat and they planned all these issues. We want to really extend our thanks to them. I have heard what the Honorable Chair, I have heard what you said about some sections, and I would really want to insist about Article 4, Section 4, about women and politics. The truth of the matter is, in Africa, many women have the strength and they have the potential to head many political and parliamentary seats. And the truth of the matter is that we've had so many women presidents, female presidents. We've had deputy presidents in Africa who are female. And where I come from in East Africa, we have a female president of the United Republic of Tanzania, and she's doing her job pretty well. The only problem about equality in terms of politics is that the laws that we have not given enough space, they have not given an opportunity to women to explore their potential fully. In Kenya, for instance, we changed our constitution. We had a new constitutional change, and we enacted laws about the 47 counties in Kenya. We shall have women being elected, and the positions are demarcated for women, and the women who are being elected in this position, the so-called the women representatives in the 47 counties, they are there to ensure that they ensure that the women issues are aired in Parliament. We are not saying that in other positions women are not supposed to vie for other seats, but the Constitution allows them to vie for these positions, and others have been elected in these positions, and they have competed favorably with men. This has helped us to ensure that enough number of women are elected in the Kenyan Parliament. About the Senate, we have also ensured that the new constitution has ensured that the political seats for women are enough, because the Senate in Kenya, for instance, in the Tana River region, the senators are elected from the counties, the 47 counties, but that is another issue anyway. The women and men can vie for these elective seats, and they can be elected. And it also reiterates the fact that if it has not attained the 2/3 gender rule, then the other gender that has not attained the 2/3 there has to be a mini poll. There has to be there have to be the nominated senators until the 2/3 rule is attained. So the Kenyan Parliament automatically, if the numbers are not attained, nominated parliamentarians are put in those positions. So I would like to reiterate that if at all we want to bring change, and ensure that women are incorporated in our political system, then we need to pass the law, the model law that has been brought by the committee, so that we open more opportunities for women. We have changed our constitution in Kenya. We had that position. But I don't know for the other countries. Clearly, we need to ensure that we pass this law, and we need to work hand in hand to ensure that women are put in senior political positions. The women who have been elected in our country, in my country, for instance, they are now governors. They have been elected as governors. Those are very senior positions, senators, and we expect that in Kenya in future, these very female senators will become presidents in Kenya. Therefore, I'm speaking at length about the right and the position of women to fight for their political, for these political positions, because I want this parliament, the Pan-African Parliament, to pass this law to ensure that women get more opportunities. The leadership of women has been exemplary in Kenya. We have not arrested any female leader who has been implicated in corruption deals. For men, they have been there, but for women, we've not had any who has been implicated in corruption deals. Therefore, we believe And I do here by request and beseech us to pass this law as the Pan-African Parliament. Thank you so much, Mr. President, for according me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Honorable Francisco Castro from Angola. You have the floor. Okay, Honorable Elizabeth from Zimbabwe.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon. Mr. President, this modern law is a milestone in the fight of gender equality and equity. This modern law is good for Africa because it will support equity through economic empowerment for women by biased financing of women-owned SMEs. Mr. President, it will help to reduce vulnerabilities that lead to gender-based discrimination. The provisions of this model law and all policies, programs, and strategies aims at the protection and promotion of gender equality and shall be guided by the following: human dignity, equality and non-discrimination, good governance, and other policies. Mr. President, in Zimbabwe, where I come from, Zimbabwe has made a significant strides in promoting gender equality and equality with various initiatives and policies that are promoting women in their participation in politics, economy, and society. Zimbabwe Constitution, specifically Section 56.3, guarantees the right to non-discrimination on the basis of gender, while Section 80 protects women's rights. Mr. President, I appeal to honorable members in this august house that let's support this modern law in our parliaments where we are coming from. Mr. Speaker, this modern law is not just only for women, but it's supporting women, girls, men, and people with disabilities. So I also want to thank the Gender Committee Family and People with Disabilities for pushing this model law. Let's speak for women and girls and people with disabilities in Africa. One Africa, one voice, one Africa, one love. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Next speaker will be Honorable Miriam from Zambia. Not in the chamber. Honorable Fatoumata.
No, I wouldn't take the floor. I will just listen to the contributions. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay. Honorable John Bones Bideri of Rwanda.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, for giving me the opportunity to speak. On the onset, I want to appreciate the draft model law on gender equality and equity in Africa that has just been presented to us. And I think it's a very important law because women should have equal opportunities to their brothers, husbands, sons, because for a long time, for historical reasons, they have really been marginalized. I want to talk about on three issues. One is the political participation of women. I think in terms of political participation for women, this is a very progressive law, and there's a lot that can be learned from my own country, Rwanda, where in our own constitution, in Article 10 under the fundamental principles, there is a provision that ensures that women in all leadership positions must occupy at least a minimum of 30% in those positions. If you go to Parliament today, in the National Assembly, almost 60% of the parliamentarians are women. If you go to the Senate of Rwanda, they are now over 50%. This is very key because some of the decisions that are taken where women are involved and their numbers are evident, there are a lot of decisions that really promote gender, and I think countries that have not been able to make that progress, I think it's very important to do so. And it's not only in the National Assembly and, Parliament, even at cabinet level, the same percentage is looked at, and even other senior positions in government. So I think that the fact that this Article 4 that has been included in this model law, I think it will be able to push those countries that have not adopted or given a lot of support for women participation in politics to do so. The other article that I would like to talk about is the issue to do with the promotion and advancement of equal opportunities. It's very important to say that women have equal capacity to men, but what they actually lack is the support that they deserve in order to be able to come out with outcomes that are equal to that of men. And therefore, this article will...
Yes, please, 1 minute.
I just wanted to say that in terms of equal opportunities, in the case of Rwanda, women now actually have, you cannot transact any land, you cannot do any land transaction without the consent of your wife because the ownership of land is at 50-50%. And even where women are widows or widowers for that matter, they own the land entirely. So I think this law is very progressive and should be supported by everyone in this parliament. I wish to end there. Thank you so much.
Next speaker will be Honorable Dr. Baja Lamali, not in the chamber. Honorable Nekaz Kachami Fagone of Benin. Not in the chamber. Honorable Mishai Hamadia Muhammad, Comoros.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I've lost his sound. Why am I not hearing him? No, can't hear him. Dear honorable MPs of the Pan-African Parliament, I would like as a new member of this parliament to start by availing myself of this noble opportunity to pay tribute to the personalities and the countries which had the noble idea of coming up with this model law which will permit the African children to come together to talk about the continental issues. Africa, as all continents of the world, cannot talk about appropriate development while excluding women who are many more than the men. However, equality and equity between men and women would be an obvious option for harmonious development of our country and our continent. However, in spite of the strides in some African countries with regard to gender equality and equity, there are major challenges to be surmounted. Women are faced with numerous inequalities in the domains of education, health, employment, and representation in political spheres. Although the African Union has made gender equality a priority, we need to make more efforts to translate this into concrete action in the various countries where these inequalities are rife. Let me use the example of my country here, the Comoros Islands, where we are hoping to make strides in this domain with the creation of a gender body, and that was in the past, but today with a ministry for gender promotion that is headed by a woman who is the mouthpiece for government at the same time and who has an objective to promote gender equality and solidarity in the country. A directorate, in the same light, a directorate for female entrepreneurship has been created since 2007. Units for listening to people have been created in every department for victims. We've lost track of this man. Mr. Chair, I would like you to please give me 2 minutes, if you don't mind, Your Excellency. Go on, please. There are units for listening to victims of violence in every department. There are many stakes in this domain, and the challenges that are faced are accepted by government. For instance, we have a national network for women and development, the Pan-African Forum, women educationalists, the Comoros Department, and gender legal experts, and the association in Comoros for the well-being of the woman. But in spite of all these efforts made, I cannot dare to say that Comoros has succeeded in this domain. That is why, with regard to the 2030 agenda for Comoros' development, women occupy center stage. So the model law on gender equality and equity would be an important lever to bring to all the African states, to bring all African states to the same level with regard to this objective. I thank you, Mr. President.
Next will be Honorable Esther Passaris of Kenya.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to the model law on gender and persons living with disability. You know, sometimes you ask, we're all citizens of this world and we've all been there from time immemorial. Why is it that we need gender laws in the continent of Africa?
Women have existed all through. We've always had persons with disability. Why do we need to have special laws? I think there came a time in Africa that patriarchy stuck its ugly head and started dominating women and taking away rights from women. And in so doing, basically got women to be marginalized. And in being marginalized, the women, then it ended up being the children, it also ended up being very oppressive customary practices like female genital mutilation, getting little girls to get married early, and the trend just continues. And today we look at because of the way we live or the way we're genetically engineered because of what we eat and what we don't eat, we find that persons living with disability and a lot of mental health diseases are also coming about, and we need to have laws that can protect. You know, it is really sad when you see children that have cerebral palsy or you have children that have autism, and then you have a government that does not recognize the needs for caregiving, the need for unemployment benefit, the proper housing with either elevators or ground floor housing for parents who have children living with disability, the aged. We've got to have laws. The reason we have laws is so that we can protect the citizens, the majority or the minority, who don't have governments that actually look out for them. So while we're looking at expanding these laws, and we have the laws, sometimes just having the law is not enough. It's having the law and having a budget. And once you have the budget, it's also providing the education, the civic education, so that citizens know what is within their rights, what is the benefits of the government. Because sometimes it'll be a shame that you have budgets and yet citizens are suffering and they're not aware that they have these budgets. So I think while we make laws, we should also make provisions within those laws to conduct really aggressive civic education, and to also make sure that we leave no one behind. We get right into the grassroots and we actually support the vulnerable and marginalized citizens, women, persons with disability. I've heard a lot of talk about the boy child being neglected as we fight for the woman and we fight for the girl child. I don't think we want to leave the boy child out. We also need to make sure that while we make all these laws, we also move together as a society.
May we give you another 1 minute, only 1 minute.
In conclusion, basically we need to move together. We are a society of different genders and we need to work together towards having the Africa that we want. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. The next speaker will be Honorable Costa from Angola.
Ilustre Costa, de Angola. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I have with me an appeal about this model law. It is very important that Africa should have a law of this type. Distinguished colleagues, MPs of the member states, today, before us, we have an historic instrument that decides in the name of justice on the dignity and the courage of African women. This model law about equity, it's not an academic exercise. It is not a decorative proposal, and least a document that should be dusted off. It is an appeal of the African woman for change, a continental reparations for the dignity and inclusion of women. This model law is the voice of the girl that cannot study, of the young mother who resists. It is the shield for the woman who has to face the daily violence. It is the cry of the woman with disability, and it is the hope of the woman that is a refugee. Ladies and gentlemen, this play is a promise for a new Africa, for an Africa that will not leave half of its population marginalized, an Africa that there's no full democracy and must be sustainable for the reality for both the woman and man. It's not just for us to propose it, to approve it and sign it. It must be given life. It must be implemented and give it and adapt it to our contexts, to include it in our institutions, transform it into public policies with results and outcomes. It is necessary for this law to get into the schools, into the courts, into the national budgets, and also, moreover, into our minds and into our hearts. We exhort and appeal to you to assume this undertaking, an undertaking with a historic justice, an undertaking and commitment with a future for the next generations to come. It's full of plans that have not been executed, strategies that are unfunded, and undertakings that are not carried out. It must be the seed of the new cycle of transformation. It is now time to assume it with courage and to govern with justice for all the women, for all the peoples, and for Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable. Now I'm exhausted with the list of speakers, but if someone wants to take floor, Honorable Tony, you have the floor.
Thank you, the President, for giving me the floor. And I just want to maybe share my voice on this model law, very, very important model law. And I thank the presenter for sharing the information that he shared with us. Mr. President, I'm happy that the model law on gender equality and equity also talks about culture. It accommodates culture, because as Africans we are grounded and we are founded on our cultural norms and values. President, my first concern mainly is just an observation, which I don't know how it can be addressed moving forward. We believe also that women needs to be included in every aspect of life, and equally so as men. But in my country, women do not support each other. In my country, you give a woman a position, and it's the same other women who will actually let down the woman that has been put there to try and address this issue. So I don't know how this can be addressed moving forward. Otherwise, men do support, and our country is actually in full support of gender equality.
Point of order, Mr. Vice President.
Point of order.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think it is unfair to make such a generalization. You may use most, you may use some, but I don't think that it's fair to say the women in general don't support each other. Thank you.
Honorable member, may you withdraw?
Thank you. Unfortunately, I didn't even see the president. Oh, okay. My doctor, professor from Ghana, she's right. I think maybe it was just maybe my choice of words. I cannot generalize. Yeah. Moving forward to my second point, Mr. President, is that there is Part X. I think we were just discussing this as a delegation from Eswatini. Part 5, if I'm not mistaken. It talks about, I think it's page number 30. It talks about equality in marriage and family. I just want to find out, maybe if this model law passes, I'm not too sure if in my country it can be rectified, because we've got many different forms of marriages, and we are allowed in our culture to have more than one wife. So when here it says, I'll just read one. It says, ensure equality for women and men in the family in all types of marriages, whether civil, customary, or religious. Ensure that no marriage, be civil, customary, or religious, shall take place without free, full, prior, and informed consent of both parties. In my country, if you've got 2 wives, 3 wives, 4 wives, the first wife must consent to you getting the other wives. So I'm just trying to pose this to say, how can it be accommodated in my culture? But I think my honorable fellow colleagues from Eswatini, I saw them standing up. I'm sure they want to build up on this. Yes, it's a good model law, but I don't know how it can be tailored so that all African countries can embrace it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. I wanted to rise also to just give credit to the Gender Committee that worked tirelessly to come up with this document. I think for a first draft, for that matter, they've done extremely very well. I scanned through the document and looking through, basically, they've covered all the major areas, that one would expect to see in a model of promoting gender equality. They have looked at issues around economic empowerment of women, around political empowerment, if we may call it that. They've addressed issues of gender-based violence. They have adequately tackled the issues of labor and employment and how these affects, the female gender. So basically, I think they've done a good job. Where I didn't see much, perhaps around issues of cyberbullying, as they were looking at the aspect of the use of technology, because I think this is one area where women also are suffering a lot, the issue of cyberbullying. Otherwise, they also address the contemporary issues, even concerning issues of climate change and how the female gender also, is supposed to respond to these issues. Now, coming to the issue of political participation, since we are also a governance institution, I think my call here will be again on how PAP and other institutions can help us to attain this gender equality in the area of political participation. I was looking at some data that I have here, which gives the example of South Africa, for instance, having a representation of around 45.6% of women parliamentarians. And also, Zimbabwe hasn't done badly. They're at 30.5%. And what is common, in these two cases is that these parliaments have actually legislated the aspect of women quotas. Unlike the case of my country, Zambia, for instance, which stands at 14.9% in terms of women representation in parliament. And also Nigeria, that I would have expected to do better, stands at only 3%, 3.9%. This picture is not acceptable. We cannot continue, on this trajectory, because we all appreciate that men and women are equal partners in development. And if women constitute a bigger percentage of the human population on the globe, and then they are excluded in decision-making positions like this, it means we are losing an opportunity to tap also from the input of this other, very important partner in national development. So the onus, again, comes back on us.
1 minute. One minute, please.
Thank you so much. So I was saying, let's go beyond this to ensure that there's something compelling for nations, to adopt some of these best practices that we have highlighted. Otherwise, this will be another good piece of work that will just go there without giving us the desired results. I thank you.
Thank you. I shall now invite Honorable Fatoumata to come forward and respond.
Sorry, President, just a small comment.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Vice President. Okay, I just want to expand on what my colleague from Eswatini, Senator Tony Sbanza, has just said. On Part 10, Article 45, Roman figure 2, what this does, Honorable President, is that it will be a stumbling block, particularly in my country, for this model law to see the light of the day. Because what it does now is that it leaves the existence of the continuity of polygamy in the hands of one spouse, in the sense that it is hard to get consent to marry another woman. And it will be hard.
Point of order, Mr. President.
Point of order.
Thank you, Mr. President, for allowing me to raise on this point of order. It's common practice in all parliaments that when you are debating, especially if a matter touches you who's debating, you should first declare interest. It's the honorable member in order not to declare interest. That is a polygamist himself. I seek your serious ruling, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, please, proceed.
Thank you, Honorable President. What the honorable member is saying is noted, Honorable President. What I'm saying, Honorable President, is that even when it comes to the men themselves, in a country where polyandry is accepted, it would be hard for them to give consent for their wives to marry another man. So what this does then, Honorable President, is that it will actually bring to extinction polygamy where it is allowed, or polyandry where it is also allowed. Honorable President, my suggestion here would be that instead of informed consent, it should be without the knowledge of both parties. For us to preserve our culture where polygamy is allowed, and where polyandry is also allowed, Honorable President. Also, thank you to those men. Also, Honorable President, maybe also something to note also, Honorable President, is on the issue of offences. Here in Article 61, Roman figure 3, where it talks about the commission of sexual or gender-based abuses such as rape, sex extortion, forced sterilization, forced pregnancy, forced marriage, obstetric violence, and virginity testing. My point is on virginity testing, because here it's not forced virginity testing, it's just virginity testing. In some cultures, virginity testing is allowed and it's very legal. Maybe if we could rephrase and say forced virginity testing, for that to see the light of day. Otherwise, as it is, some cultures pride themselves in virginity testing. Thank you, Honorable President.
Yes, honorable members, that our cultural diversity is our beauty. We should respect, we should live also in it. With this remark, may I again ask Honorable Fatoumata to come forward to take podium and respond.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President.
Honorable Fatoumata,
Oh.
you may come here. Honorable Fatimatu, with your permission, may I take 1 minute and give to Honorable Baja? She's just insisting to take 1 minute. Yes, Honorable Baja, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. In political and economic empowerment, I don't speak about polygamy, because polygamy without justice cannot be presented as an issue. But I would like to talk about political and economic empowerment for the African women, which is a very important element in ensuring justice and sustainable development. And it includes empowering women and providing them with necessary resources to engage effectively in order to achieve financial sustainability and position in society, irrespective of any factors. Mr. Chair, we have political empowerment for women. It means ensuring participation in all decision-making centers and political decisions. We have in Algeria empowerment in elected councils. We have participation in political parties. In Algeria, women assume political positions, leadership positions, very important positions, participation in peacemaking, political sensitization, and the challenges today that face Africa should be faced strongly. For example, amendment of laws to enhance equality, vocational training for women and girls, funding projects for women, SMEs for women and girls. And Mr. Chair, I would like to demand sensitization of women and engagement of women in public policies in our African continent. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Honorable Fatimatu, you can proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I think I'm short of words because I'm very pleased to see that all members share the same conviction that this model law is much needed in our respective countries, and I thank you all for the support. But I also acknowledge, on behalf of the chair, the differences within our respective countries, as in both terms of culture and our ways of life and realities that we live in our respective countries. I would first of all acknowledge the first speaker, Senator Mungatama from Kenya, who commended the exemplary work of the committee, but also made emphasis on Article 4 on women in politics. This model law, we are all women in politics. All of the women sitting here are obviously in politics. So that Article 4 is close to our hearts. And I also acknowledge the fact that all speakers made emphasis on the fact that we need legislation to ensure that women have their respective places in decision-making, especially in politics. Honorable Elizabeth did mention that the fact that in their constituency in Zimbabwe, it implies equality between men and women. I would say that in every constitution, there is that factor of equality, but there are de facto causes within our societies that make women more vulnerable to access these positions that we are seeking for women in this model law. So we appreciate the fact that it is in your constitution, but we also need to have law supporting them, even if they are temporarily, to ensure that women have their positions in what we are seeking. I also acknowledge the speakers from the beautiful country of Eswatini, very rich in culture, the fact that they practice polyandry, and we will factor that. This is just the first reading. We will factor that. We will factor that when we do our consultations within the region and make sure that these provisions that we are seeking reflect the reality in our continent. And also, a member mentioned about first virginity testing. We said virginity testing. We will also try to change the language that is used to ensure that it is inclusive and factors all situations for every member. And our last speaker from Algeria, we also appreciate the fact that you have social justice, laws that promote social justice, and most especially financial independence. Because without financial independence, we cannot have women in these spaces. And Honorable Mahama from Comoros, thank you for also supporting like all other members did. And also, we appreciate the fact that you have a ministry dedicated to women issues, and we also encourage all other members to advocate for that in their respective countries. In my country, for example, we had a ministry for gender since 2019. That ministry had always been under the office of the Vice President, but since 2019, we have had a standalone separate, and we could see the difference of a standalone separate ministry for gender. Honorable Esther from Kenya, we also appreciate the fact that you have mentioned the issue of patriarchy and how it marginalizes women, and also the recognition of forced marriages as well as the female genital mutilation issue. Coming from the Gambia, I know how that affects women especially. Honorable Costa from Angola, thank you for making emphasis on the importance of the model law, as well as going through the historic views and the importance of promoting this very important model law to promote the dignity of African women and girls in our continent. And Honorable Miriam, thank you for also bringing what we have left out, the issues of cyberbullying. And you've also mentioned the importance of affirmative action laws, because they do not only help, they also promote. If we look at countries like Senegal, for example, if we look at countries like Rwanda, for example, and I really appreciate the contribution from the member from Rwanda, because they are an example in Africa when it comes to women representation. I'm not sure whether I left out everything, but if I do, kindly bring my attention to it and I will duly respond. But I appreciate all the support, and we look forward to going back to our respective countries and making sure that when we come back next year, we will all be proud to say that we have affirmative action laws, not only for women in representation, but to promote the rights and the dignity of women in the continent of Africa. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Fatoumata. I shall now put the model law on equality and equity for the House to adopt.
Honorable President, before we adopt, may I say something? Just a correction. When this Honorable Patamati was presenting, I don't know if I heard her well. She said Eswatini practices polyandry. Eswatini does not practice polyandry, it practices polygamy. I submit.
Without amendment?
It's well noted, thank you.
Yeah, the amendment is noted. I shall now put for adoption. Members who can move the motion? Yes, Honorable.
Thank you. I move that we adopt the report with amendments. Thank you.
Now we will move to the next item of our agenda. Maybe, may I ask the clerk to announce the next item?
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président. Il s'agit de...
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a presentation and debate on the report of the African Youth Forum.
Now, invite Honorable Sao Solema to make presentation.
Mr. President, members of the Pan-African Parliament, this is the report of the African Youth Forum held in Nairobi, Kenya, from 16 to 18 December 2024. I'm reading on behalf of the President of the Youth Caucus, Laila. The theme was Good Governance and Democratic Education for African Youth in the 21st Century, Revolution and Innovation in the African Education System through Virtual Education. I will just read the executive summary. The African Youth Forum was held from 16 to 18 December 2024 in Nairobi, Kenya, under the auspices of the African Parliamentarian Youth Caucus. The forum was chaired by Honorable Laila, Chair of the African Parliamentarian Youth Caucus. The forum brought together members of the African Parliamentarian Youth Caucus, experts from the Secretariat of the African Evaluation Mechanism, the Secretariat of the Economic and Social Council, the African Committee on the Rights and Welfare of Child, the Parliament of the Republic of Kenya, the University of Nairobi, Kenya, Management College, representatives of civil society organizations, policymakers, and other stakeholders in the fields of education, good governance, and democracy, as well as staff from the Secretariat of the African Parliament. Under the theme, Good Governance and Democratic Education for African Youth, Revolution and Innovation in the African Education System through Virtual Education, the forum sought to achieve the following objectives: improve access to quality education across Africa through the use of virtual education, ensure equal educational opportunities for all African youth, regardless of their socio-economic and geographical status, present initiatives and policies in line with the African Union's theme for 2024, with a focus on programs aimed at promoting digital literacy among students and teachers. Promote good governance in education by encouraging transparency, accountability, and inclusiveness in the management of educational resources and policies. Facilitate discussions on the role of virtual education in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Encourage innovation and critical thinking by developing curricula that promote creativity, problem solving, and digital literacy, preparing students for the global labor market. Strengthen educational infrastructure through investment in the digital infrastructure, including affordable internet access, connectivity, and technological tools to support the effective implementation of virtual education. Supporting the empowerment of teachers and learners, enabling them to effectively deliver and adapt to virtual education. The forum featured high-level presentation and discussions on the key topics, including the African education system challenge and innovation, shared African visions on education, youth-led innovation in education technology, youth-focused education policies to promote inclusivity and equal opportunities, scaling of virtual education infrastructure, accessibility and policy gaps, digital transformation of youth education, online education as a tool for educational democratization, the role of artificial intelligence, AI, and emerging technologies in education, governance and policy making for digital education, leadership and advocacy by young people, cooperation between governments, private sectors, and non-governmental organizations to embrace digital transformation in Africa. So the other things were the panel discussions. I don't think to labor on that. If you have the report, you can go through that. I would like to go to the recommendations because time is our greatest enemy at the moment. Mr. President, with your permission, I will just go to the resolutions and the recommendations. Since members have the document before. The plenary discussions follow the sessions address mentorship programs available for young people in the leadership and entrepreneurship, financial support for advocacy, work, economic empowerment for young people alongside civic and other initiatives, easing the cost of doing business for young people across African countries, granting young people opportunities to join government through structured internship programs and coalition building by young people and organizations to deliver results in Africa. Honorable President, the resolutions and recommendations are as follows. The session was facilitated by Honorable Ayaman Ben Saleh, member of the PAP Youth Caucus. He invited Honorable Suleiman Sao, also a member of the Youth Caucus, to present the draft recommendation following which were discussed and adopted by the plenary. Therefore, Honorable Saleh invited Mr. Kevin Njai, who presented the resolution of the forum. The resolution and recommendation of the African Youth Forum are attached as annex to this report. Yes. Yes. The African Youth Forum convening 16, okay. Considering Article 17 of the Constitutive Act of the African Union, which establishes Pan-African Parliament, PAP, considering also Article 3 of the Protocol to the Treaty establishing the African Economic Community relating to the Pan-African Parliament and the Rule 4A, the Rules of Procedure of the Pan-African Parliament, reclaiming the African Union Agenda 2063 Aspiration 1, which envisages a prosperous Africa based on inclusive growth and sustainable development, and under Goal 2, a continent where the African people shall be well educated and highly skilled with science, technology, and innovation being the bedrock of its inclusive educational systems. Recalling also Sustainable Development Goal 4, SDG 4, which requires member states to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. Aware of the Continental Education Strategy for Africa, CISA 2016 to 2025, which aims to reorient Africa's education and training to meet the knowledge, skills, innovation, creativity required to nurture African core values and promote sustainable development at all levels to achieve the Africa we want. Further aware of the strategic objective 3 of CISA 2016 to 2025, which aims to harness the capacity of ICT to improve access, quality, and management of education and training system in Africa. Recalling the African Union Science, Technology, and Innovation Strategy for Africa, which places science, technology, and innovation at the heart of Africa's socio-economic development and growth, and highlights the impact that science can have on key sectors such as education. Noting the declaration of the 4th Ordinary Session of Specialized Technical Committee on Education, Science, and Technology, the UN Secretary General's vision statement on transforming education, the declaration of the AU high-level side event on transforming education in Africa, the Youth Manifesto in transforming education in Africa, and the urgent call for action by SDG 4 high-level steering committee. Acknowledging that sustainable efforts have been made by AU member states to ensure access, completion, and quality of basic education for all in the context of the Continental Education Strategy for Africa. Regretting that despite the significant progress made over the past 2 decades, the state of education in Africa remains weak, with the overall score of 44% in the second Continental Report on Implementation of AU Agenda 2063, and in key indicators such as the out-of-school rate, learning poverty rate, starving gaps, and financing needs. Recognizing that progress in education has a far-reaching impact in all other aspects of human capital development, and that investing in education is the most effective investment in the fight against poverty, reducing gender inequalities, where am I? Reducing gender inequalities, enabling people to survive and thrive, and helping to improve socio-economic development. Cognizant of the urgency to transform and revitalize the entire education system on the continent while paying special attention to marginalized groups, including girls, children in rural areas, those living with disabilities, and those in the move, including those in the fragile countries and contexts. Acknowledging the African Union theme of year 2024, which is to educate an African fit for the 21st century, building resilient education system for increased access to inclusive, lifelong quality and relevant learning in Africa. Noted the recommendation PAP .6 PLN CETHR RECOM1 June 22 adopted during the third ordinary session of the 6th Parliament, which called for enhanced cooperation among regional stakeholders to exchange best practices, leverage complementarities, and address shared challenges in promoting inclusive, equitable, and equality education across the continent in alignment with the African Union Agenda 2063 and Sustainable Development Goal. Concerned that survey findings from 39 African countries show that educational attainment varies widely by country and reflects persistent disadvantages among women, the poor, and rural residents, with many respondents reporting out-of-school children as a frequent problem in their community. Noting that by embracing virtual learning and fostering good governance, Africa can democratize education and unlock the potential of its youth. Therefore, recommendations and results as follows. Recommendation 1, to the African Union Commission, Department on Education, Science, Technology, and Innovation, partner with the Pan-African Parliament, the member states, and other stakeholders to create awareness and advocate for sustained implementation of the Continental Education Strategy for Africa 2016 to 2025, and the education-related targets of AU Agenda 2063, as well as Sustainable Development Goal 4. 2, launch and operationalize the African Education, Science and Technology Innovation Fund as a blended financial mechanism for education in Africa. And 3, develop toolkits for actualization of strategic objective 3 of CISA 2016 to 2025, which aims to harness the capacity of ICT to improve access, quality, and management of education training system in Africa. To the African Union member states to own the vision of and take measures to implement the Continental Education Strategy for Africa and the education-related targets. So you have the other bulleted points. So 3, to the Pan-African Parliament and PAP Youth Caucus to undertake robust awareness creation and advocacy within member parliaments on implementation of the Continental Education Strategy for Africa and the education-related targets of AU Agenda 2063, as well as Sustainable Development Goal, and participate actively in consultation process and ongoing drafting and development of model law online child protection. 4, to the national and regional parliaments of the AU member states to allocate adequate national budget to financing education, science, technology, and innovation, share experiences with other continents and countries on how parliaments could play a key role in promoting virtual learning. The 5th point, to telecommunication firms and other private sector actors, partner with government to set up and roll out free or subsidized digital learning platforms, support the development of local content for online learning platforms that are fit for purpose and is contextual relevant for Africa, and partner with governments in expanding accessibility to virtual learning platforms, both through wider internet coverage, including in rural areas, and by subsidizing the cost of data. Sixth, to the development partners, align support programs with CISA at continental, regional, and national level, support capacity building and mutual learning among member states. The seventh point, to non-governmental organizations and civil societies, CSOs, and young people across Africa to advocate for and hold governments to account on allocation and implementation of adequate national budget to financing education, science, technology, and innovation, create awareness, share experiences, and participate in initiatives towards promoting virtual learning and fostering good governance in Africa. Resolution, the African Youth Forum, convey a vote of appreciation to all speakers, panelists, participants for their valuable insights and contribution to the program of the forum. Further conveys its appreciation to the Parliament of Kenya and the government and the people of Kenya for their warm hospitality. Express its deepest appreciation to the Pan-African Parliament and its partners for their exemplary organization of the workshop, their invaluable technical contributions, and the outstanding execution and facilitation of the event. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Honorable Member, for your presentation. May I ask you to give him a round of applause, please? I shall now allow debate on presentations. Actually, we had one presentation. I have a list of speakers. The first speaker will be Honorable Senator Danson Mungatana from Kenya.
Thank you, Your Excellency the President, for giving me the opportunity to take the floor. Your Excellency, in Kenya, we have something called a certificate in prior learning. And I want to relate this to the report that was so ably presented here before us by the Honorable Member, that in Africa, what we probably need is a center which recognizes virtual training. You know, we have tried in the past, and our forefathers tried in the past, to have a physical army, which we never did. We have tried in the past to have a physical, uniform education system across Africa. We have not achieved that. But maybe this virtual learning can create a uniform standard. And if we can agree on a system of prior learning, then we can create a certificate that is recognized across Africa, so that if I trained in virtual learning using these particular standards that are created by Africa, then I can work in Morocco or work in South Africa. I can work in Senegal or work in Somalia using that certificate of prior learning. Mr. President, you know, in Kenya, we are known because of running. But there is a very unique character, a gentleman by the name Julius Yegon, whom we call at home the YouTube man. This gentleman, Mr. President, trained himself from YouTube to throw a javelin. Now, When he comes from a rural area, so they didn't even have a computer at home. He had to go to a cyber cafe and watch videos of very famous athletes in that field. One of them was called Mr. Jan Zelensky. And he used to watch his videos using YouTube, virtual education in another sense. And it paid off. In 2011, Mr. President, this gentleman, he won the All-African Games in javelin, and he made the first national record for Kenya, because we were never known for javelin. And he continued. Sometimes in 2015, he participated in the Beijing World Athletics Game, and he won the gold medal. Mr. Speaker, Your Excellency President, it is possible for Africa to use virtual education and actually get talent out of it. This is a practical example. Nobody gave him a certificate for this, but he has made a life, he has made a name, and now he's made it in life. And he has gone on to win very many competitions because of training on YouTube. But nobody has given him a certificate. What am I saying, Mr. President? I'm saying that it is possible in this continent to set up a center of excellence that recognizes virtual learning, not just in the traditional sense of going to secondary school and primary school and universities. Let us not even think of those more difficult options. Let us think of things like javelin, things like automotive engineering, mechanic, the basic type of mechanic training, where people are able then to get certificates, Mr. President, that will enable them to be recognized and be able to be free to work from the West Africa to East Africa, North Africa to South Africa, and to the central of Africa. Mr. President, I can't finish my contribution before acknowledging the work this meeting achieved in Nairobi. And we continue to encourage that work. But in Africa, there exists gaps. In my own country, Mr. President, it is a recorded fact that the Commission for University Education in Kenya has said that it is the private universities that are able to harness virtual or online learning, but public universities, they lag in this area, so that you still have infrastructure problems in the public universities. If you come to secondary and primary education, you still have the same challenges. In fact, Mr. President, during the COVID-19 period, where many schools took to online teaching, it became very clear that those who have financial muscles were able to go and get those schools that have the facilities. But public schools, rural areas where there is poor coverage of internet, remain challenged in this direction. And there was a gap. That gap continues to date. And I think our situation in Kenya is not different from many other countries in our continent, our beloved continent, Africa. So what do we need to do? I think I agree with many of those proposals, but we need also to agree that we have to invest in infrastructure, in the internet outreach, particularly in rural areas. Then we can create that infrastructure that can say training can be standardized across Africa. Training can be done virtually across Africa, so that online instructions becomes a reality. Mr. President, I thank you for the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable. The next speaker will be Honorable Srediana Narendra of Madagascar.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you for giving me the floor. We have a few concerns on this topic because we do not know whether we all have access to internet. That is, if all our students in Africa, whether they have access to internet. There is a problem of equipment as well. Does every student have access to the tools or equipment for them to meet all these needs? And then we also have to respect the culture of our ancestors, that is, in relation to digital development. So this is what I wanted to put across as a message to you. I thank you very much, Mr. President.
Honorable Abdul Salam Horima, Mauritania.
ليس في القاعة.
Honorable Fatih Botbik of Algeria, not in the chamber. Honorable Masamba Dieng, Senegal.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President. My sincere gratitude to Honorable MP Suleiman from the Gambia. Thank him. I want to thank him for his presentation, a very detailed presentation on the educational situation in general in Africa. To say that Africa stands out as a fundamental reality, close to 70% of its population is less than 30 years old. This is not just a figure. This is not just a figure for the development of our country, but this very dynamic youth, no matter how dynamic it is, can only fully play their role in the society if we invest in quality, modern, and inclusive education for them. So we have to deeply reform the African education system to align it with the technological changes, align it with the employment market needs, and to the challenges that we all have to overcome. The time has come for us to put aside those old models that we inherited from the past, which are disconnected from our economic, social, and cultural realities. We need programs tailored to digital and scientific subjects, technical competence, creativity, etc. So if we do this, then we will be in line with Aspiration 1 of Agenda 2063, which seeks to have a prosperous Africa based on inclusive growth and a sustainable development. I thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable, the next speaker will be Honorable Mohammed of Algeria.
Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Chair, I withdraw. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Professor Mohammed from Chad. Not in the chamber. Honorable Senator John Bones Baidari. Not in the chamber. Honorable Dr. Baj Lamali of Algeria. Not in the chamber. Honorable Nekez Kachami Fagnone.
Oui, merci beaucoup. Vous allez y arriver, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, dear colleagues. I would like to congratulate the initiative that led to this, the holding of this important seminar, as well as the quality of the report. The seminar led to a whole lot of recommendations, but I didn't really see whether there were proper measures taken. The education policy for 2025 is ongoing, but the ambition, in my opinion, is to create African Art Center based on remote learning. All those who have spoken before me have mentioned digital infrastructure, but more concretely, I believe that to create such a center, we need to be able to have a task force structuring it. We have had the theme of 2024, which is education, training, and employment. And I would wish for our Parliament, after having considered this report, that it is not only congratulations that are in order. We need concrete steps. So within Parliament, I would wish that the Committee on Education considers this report, and maybe the Youth Caucus could be associated with that effort, so that all this be integrated into our own strategy. Otherwise, it will just be another seminar for the sake of another seminar. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Next speaker will be Honorable Happy Moore from Zimbabwe.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the opportunity to comment on the report of the African Youth Forum. Firstly, I would like to say it is my honor to express my deepest gratitude to the presenters of this report. Your tireless efforts, innovative ideas, and commitment to transforming the continent's education landscape are truly commendable. This will empower the African youth to reach full potential and drive continental development. Mr. President, I think it is time now for Africa to launch the adaptive learning platforms through AI to create personalized learning paths adjusting to individual student needs and abilities. Virtual reality and the augmented reality to integrate technologies to make learning interactive and experimental. Online learning platforms to ensure access to quality education, especially for the marginalized communities. Africa must ensure that every community has access to technology and internet connectivity. It must ensure that teachers are equipped with the skills to effectively integrate virtual learning tools. They must also protect student data and maintain confidentiality. We need to invest in digital infrastructure to support virtual learning, create learning materials relevant to the African cultures and contexts, collaborate with the tech companies, governance, and goals to support virtual learning initiatives, and continuously monitor the effectiveness of virtual learning and make improvements in Africa. In Zimbabwe, where I come from, my country, Zimbabwe, is at the forefront of revolutionizing and innovating the African education system through virtual learning driven by the Ministry of Primary and Secondary Education. The key initiatives that have been done are the Learning Passport, a digital platform providing curriculum-aligned content, teacher training on digital skills, focusing on lesson planning, resource creation, and ICT literacy. Infrastructure development, the government is exploring innovative solutions like mobile classrooms, solar-powered learning hubs, community internet access centers to bridge the digital divide. Zimbabwe's future directions are collaboration with the organizations like UNICEF and ECONET to promote affordable access to digital learning platforms. Investing in the young people is investing in the future. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Now the next speaker will be Honorable Ragsan Nelson of Ghana. You have the floor.
Mr. President, let me thank you for the opportunity to say a few words in support of the call for the adoption of this very important report, ably presented by the African Youth Caucus, I believe. Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, apologies. May I reference the theme underpinning this report, good governance and democratization of education for Africa's youth, the 21st century, revolutionizing and innovating the African education system through virtual learning. Mr. President, what do we speak of? Essentially, we are talking about online learning. And online learning is a platform that has already been deployed by many, many great universities. Even universities here in South Africa have deployed online learning for lots of their postgraduate programs all over the world. So it's essential that we as a house on the continental level adopt this platform. But what troubles me regarding the content of the report is that we didn't touch on figures. I believe that if you look at the number of the young children or the African youth that the report seeks to touch, it's colossal. Speaker, last year, the African Union declared 2024 as a year of education for Africa. And about 2024, sometime in June, the AU, Mr. Chairman, declared education for children in Africa at the time it's now. Mr. President, what are they looking at? They are looking at the removal of political, fiscal, economic, and other traditional barriers that prevent children that live on the shores of Lake Victoria or have to sit in a canoe across the lake to seek basic education. Children that are crossing River Limpopo to go and seek education in another village. Children that play on the shores of Lake Chad and yet have to live in a canoe to another village to seek education. Or children found on the banks of River Niger or Niger to seek education. Or children in my own constituency in the Volta region, the Republic of Ghana, in South Dine, that live on the shores of the Volta Lake who have to seek every morning basic education by crossing this mighty lake in a canoe. Now, the essence of rolling out online learning is essential because there's also the need for us to harmonize our curriculum. Whether, Mr. President, whether we teach in Arabic or Portuguese or Chwana or Yoruba or Swahili or English or French, if we don't harmonize the curriculum that will roll out to teach these children using this new platform, we'll still have disparities and we'll still have difficulties. And so it's essential that as we are making the call for a globalized African uniform system of teaching so that formal education can reach out to every child found in the nook and cranny, whether you are found on the foot of Mount Kenya, or you are found at the foot of Mount Kilimanjaro, or you are in a village near Mount Adamawa in Cameroon, education should reach you using this online platform, but using a uniform curriculum so that, like my brother, the senator from Kenya said, when you are issued with a certificate, this certificate will have recognition anywhere you find yourself on the continental Africa and allied island countries that joined the African Union. So, Mr. Speaker, with these words, let me conclude by touching on some figures. In the year 2000, when the African Union saw the need to begin to roll out reforms in education on the African continent, in Sub-Saharan Africa, for instance, formal education among the young people improved from 44% to 66% by 2020. Among the youth literacy again, it improved from 66% in 2000 to 77.5% by 2020. These are figures put out by UNICEF and captured in a formal report commissioned by AU last year when the Year for Formal Education for Africa was inaugurated and launched. Mr. President, again, country to country implementation may differ. But like I said, uniformity in implementation will be important so that these policies will have a way to go. A lot of the countries are really rolling out free education, as Madagascar has done. Uganda has also followed. Ghana itself, our own country, rolled out free education from about 2017. But there's a need for massive improvement in how these are rolled out so that children who don't see the insides of classrooms are carried along using this online platform. So, Mr. Speaker, with these words, I urge the House to adopt the report ably presented by the Youth Caucus. I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. We continue to the last speaker, Honorable Esther Mutoni Passaris, Kenya.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me this opportunity. First, I'd like to commend Honorable Leila Dahi and then the chairperson of the Youth Caucus and for the presentation made by one of her committee members on the African Youth Forum report. The issues raised on virtual education, innovation, and youth empowerment are central to Africa's future. Mr. President, allow me to focus on 3 key points. Virtual education and digital skills. The forum emphasis on science, technology, and innovation is timely. Virtual learning is no longer optional. It is a necessity to bridge educational gaps across the continent. We must invest in affordable internet, digital infrastructure, and teacher training to ensure that the youth in rural and marginalized areas have equal access. Digital literacy will determine whether our young people can compete in a rapidly changing global economy. 2, youth empowerment through practical training. In Kenya, we have linked national programs to youth skills development. Under the Boma Yangu Affordable Housing Initiative, thousands of young people are receiving technical training and certification through technical vocational educational training centers and appropriate building technology programs. These initiatives not only give youth immediate employment opportunities, but also equip them with the necessary recognized certification that can help them secure long-term careers in construction and related industries. This is the model that can be replicated across Africa, tying infrastructure projects to skills transfer, certification, and entrepreneurship. 3rd, partnership and policy alignment. To achieve these goals, government, private sector, and civil society must work together. The recommendations of the Africa Youth Forum mentorship programs, easing the cost of doing business for young entrepreneurs and investing in innovation, are practical solutions that deserve our full support. Mr. President, I joined the committee chair in appreciating the government and Parliament of Kenya for hosting the forum and the Pan-African Parliament for its leadership. I urge this House to adopt the Youth Forum's recommendation and ensure that digital education and technical training are mainstreamed across all sectors, as a strategy for empowering Africa's largest resource, its youth. Thank you.
Sorry, we are consulting on tomorrow's program, which has come out as follows: that it's Women's Day celebrations tomorrow. Women's Day celebrations tomorrow, and it should start at 10:30. Women's Day celebrations. Share the information with others. We start at 10:30, but sitting starts at 9. So we'll conduct business, no more usual plenary business, 9 to 9:30. Then women's celebration from 10 to into lunchtime. And then in the afternoon, we revert to usual PAP business. I want to repeat, please, there are other women who may not be in this room, not necessarily MPs, but who have been invited. They should know that with 10:30, that program kicks off, the Women's Day celebrations. Any other announcements? Okay. No, not to debate.
Debate, I have a request here.
To debate on what?
Scotty, I want to explain something on page 14.
Okay, the debate had closed, but the Honorable Stuki wants to correct the terminology somewhere. Proceed.
Thank you, Your Excellency the President. On page 37 of the report, where it speaks of cognizant of the urgency to transform, then line 1, 2, 3 says those living with disabilities. The correct and acceptable term is persons or people with disabilities, because this phrase emphasizes the person first instead of the limitation or disability, and also it avoids the possibility of stigmatization. I thank you, President.
I'm aware you once corrected this, and I remember we are doing resolutions and recommendations. You did explain. Can you repeat? Because there appears last time people did not get it correctly. Can you repeat what you said?
Thank you, Excellency. The phrase persons or people with disabilities is the one that is correct and acceptable because it focuses on the person.
People with, not living with.
Yes, not
people,
living
sorry, take the floor procedurally.
Sorry.
Yours is, no, rise again, rise. Yours is, don't say people living with. You should say people with.
Yes,
people with. Gambia. I can hear 3 voices from Gambia. Same time. Yes. So we are simply confirming that what she's saying is correct.
No, it's not.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. As a result, we've come to the end of business today, and I also want to thank the good people who are seated in this room.
We want to respond.
To what?
The mover.
Oh, by the way, I came late, so I don't know what happened before me. So now, okay, this is our debate. Can the presenters respond? Okay, Honorable Sakho. Honorable Sakho, you know, we are sitting.
I will summarize.
On just before past 5.
I'm going to summarize. Thank you, Mr. President. The first person to intervene is from Kenya. We want to thank him for that contribution and really stress on a center to be created where virtual training could be conducted and where people also will be certified after going that course. Yes, it's all possible, but it's all commitment and resources. If we are determined to do it, we can do it. So I think Parliament must be so much committed to see to it that the budget allocations takes its course. Sadirina, Madagascar, said we don't know whether all countries have access to internet. The answer is no. So internet facility is not available to all the citizens of all the countries. So you go to some communities, it's a challenge. So I think that's why we are highly recommending for us to be committed to make sure that the infrastructure is built and accessible to all. Honorable Massamba from Senegal, I can't agree more with you that 70% of African population are below 30, that's the youth. So what we need is investment in quality and inclusive education. And employment, our curriculum need to be designed in a way that, it serves for its purpose. It shouldn't be colonial system of curriculum. If you look at some of the curriculum, they are outdated. So we need to revisit our curriculum to suit time, to create, employment for the youths, and to make it inclusive Africa. Thank you very much. Honorable Fanyo from Benin, yes, you also concur with Honorable Member Mungatana from Kenya that we need a center, a remote learning. But I think COVID-19 taught us a lesson. During COVID, virtual education was taking place, virtual learning. And I believe, it's all commitment, to create the task force that you said, so that the task force will work on, creating these centers. So any country, that is yearning to do it, you must create a think tank or a committee or a task force to carry it out. Honorable Habrin from Zimbabwe, my colleague, I don't know whether I pronounce it well. You did well, and you talk about adaptive learning that your country, Zimbabwe, is in high gear. So, and you also recommend for the use of AI. So once the other part of the world is using it, why not of us? So it's high time we explore AI and see to it that digitalization takes place. And we want to salute Zimbabwe for going further than the report being adopted. It means your educational system is really there. So, and we want other countries to emulate. I believe there is nothing that we can see countries are not doing. But there is still a gap that we all need to adjust. Honorable Member Roxanne Nelson from Ghana, he said, yes, many universities are adopting digital learning. That's quite true. But the gap is at the bottom. So the educational system, we need to emphasize at the grassroots level, from either at the primary level going to the tertiary level. There is still a gap, particularly in the rural communities. So we need to look at those gaps. And you talk about accessibility, harmonization of the curriculum, which is very key. That is, simply synergy of certification. You also talk about the data. Thank you very much for feeding us with that data that you got from UNICEF through AU. Honorable Esther from Kenya, thank you very much. And we also want to thank you and all the MPs from Kenya. They did their best to support us, to make us feel at home. And we are really proud with the young people of Kenya. It's the country that I love, where young people voluntarily come to do a service to us. And I learned a lot as a politician. You need those kind of young people to be your backup, to be able to share your information. I can see that technological mind in the youths of Kenya. So we thank you very much, and we thank you for your contribution. We thank His Excellency and all the people who participated well. I thank you.
Thank you very much. That was indeed brief. Another loud applause for him. Can I confirm that we are now done? So tomorrow, 9 a.m.
Adopted. Somebody tomorrow.
Do you say done and said yes? Okay. Adoption. Proposer.
I propose.
Seconder.
With amendments.
Thank you.
Everything.
Congratulations. Yeah, with amendment. Subject to amendments. And those who are recording, please. Our rapporteurs note that adopted subject to amendment. And thank you very much for that. So tomorrow, 9 a.m., Women's Conference, 10:30. Good night.